Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm chair of the State Water Board, and today is Tuesday, August 20th, and it is 9:34, and I would like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing our board members and staff. With me today are my fellow colleagues. To my left is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo. To her left, Board Member Sean McGuire, and to my right, Board Member Laurel Firestone. Sitting at the executive staff table today is Chief Counsel Michael Loffer, and to his right is Eileen Sobek, our Executive Director, and to her right is Jonathan Bishop, our Chief Deputy Director. And assisting to us today is Janine Townsend, Clerk of the Board, and assisting her is Courtney Tyler. I'll quickly go through our emergency evacuation procedures. Please look around and identify the two exits closest to you. In the event of a fire alarm, we're required to gather up our valuables and evacuate this room immediately. We're to evacuate to Cesar Chavez Park, which is across the street. Please obey all traffic signals and be careful when crossing the street. I also want to let you know that this meeting is being webcast and recorded, so please speak into the microphone when you come up. Additionally, if there are any translation services needed, those can be found in the back of the room. Please also make sure that you turn off your cell phones and any devices that make noise. With that, I'll move on to public forum. Janine, is there no cards for public forum? Well, great. Move on to our first item, which is consideration of adoption of the August 6th board meeting minutes. I'll entertain a motion.
Move adoption of the minutes.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Laurel, you'll need to abstain because you did. I was here for the last part, the board member report. Yeah.
Okay. I think it carries then? Okay. You abstained, and I heard two ayes, and I said aye. It carries. Thank you. We'll move on to item number 2, which is an uncontested item and is consideration of a proposed resolution to delegate authorities for the administration of general fund allocations from the budget acts of 2018 and 2019. Is it still uncontested, Janine? Great. Do I have a motion?
I can turn on microphone. I'll move for adoption.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries, and the item is adopted. We'll move on now to our main event, if you will, and that's our informational item number 2, which is, and I'll quickly give just a quick layout of how we're going to proceed for the rest of the day here. We actually will start with item number 3, which is an informational item, and it's an update on the implementation of the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Program. We'll then move to items number 4 and 5, which are adoptions of resolutions. One for the authorization for Proposition 68 groundwater treatment grants, and then number 5 being consideration of the resolution which allows for $130 million allocated from the Budget Act for implementation of the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Program. So with that, we'll move on to item number 3. And I would like to actually first invite Secretary Jared Blumenfeld up to give some remarks. The Safe and Affordable Fund is the culmination of many years of leadership and work from many in both the state and also government, but the communities and the environmental justice communities particularly. So I think we're fortunate to be able to kick off today and be able to really begin the discussion about how we're going to implement the Safe and Affordable Fund. When we look at the Human Right to Water, which was passed in 2012, and when the Division of Drinking Water was brought over to the State Water Board in 2014, there's been a tremendous amount of attention that the state legislature has paid to fulfilling the human right to water, to continuing to bring authorities to the state board, like mandatory consolidation authorities. We have an Office of Sustainable Water Solutions. We have increased ability to provide technical assistance. And now with the Safe and Affordable Fund, we finally have a fund that allows us to spend on the operation and maintenance of systems and groupings of systems that are failing or soon to fail, to really begin to bring resilience to our drinking water systems. And so, again, I invite Jared Blumenfeld up to come and share some remarks with us today before we get to the staff presentation and panel and discussion.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. Really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. It's an exciting 2 days that you're kicking off, and on behalf of the entire administration, we just want to, first of all, thank you for all the efforts that you've engaged in. This has not been an easy or fast process getting us to a safe and affordable drinking water fund, and your staff have worked incredibly diligently over the years to get the state revolving fund, the propositions implemented as best as they could, and they have been, really successful in the beginnings of consolidation. I think what you're going to be able to do is really catapult forward with this funding that will allow you to do both operation and maintenance, as well as help subsidize low-income disadvantaged communities. And at the same time, tomorrow, it may not sound that exciting to everyone, but coming up with a handbook on how to really create administrative positions that can help oversee disparate entities that doesn't make sense to consolidate is also really exciting to me. So this is the beginning of the next phase. I want to really, really thank community groups at different stages, farmers that came together. They came out with incredible compromises, and those may not have been realized to their fullest ambition in the way that this ended up getting legislated, but they deserve a huge amount of thanks and congratulations in shepherding this. We aren't out of the woods, obviously. The implementation is where this all happens. And I think we want to make sure that we all hold ourselves accountable, have very clear metrics for what success looks like, because the public and we are all watching to see how this unfolds. And each community is different. Each community is going to require a tailored solution. In some cases, thinking about how do we get interim water to communities that won't have water if we don't provide it to them, and haven't in the case of communities that have suffered under arsenic and nitrate and other pollution. They're communities that have not had affordable or safe drinking water for, in some cases, decades. And that, I think, is the thing that this governor was really motivated by. How, in the fifth largest economy in the world, can we have 1 million plus people that don't have access to safe and affordable drinking water? And we now, you now have the suite of tools that are needed to help solve these problems. And I'm really excited to work with you. And I think all the entities within Cal EPA are excited to work with you collaboratively to help solve this. It's going to take a lot. It's going to take a lot of hiring new staff. People listening out there, if this is something you've always been excited and wanted to help your community, wanted to give back, this is a great time to think about how to do that. We'll be hiring people to help in this endeavor. If you're a business that's thought about how to do point of entry or point of use devices in your community and thinking about a new business. So this is actually a huge opportunity to help build community as well as help solve the drinking water crisis that has been present in our state for way too long. So I'm excited to be a partner with you. Anything that you need, the tools to help get this done, I'll be there every step of the way. And I think this first year is going to be tough because there's a lot of expectation, a lot of belief that this will be solved in a year. And obviously the funding is there for 10 years for a reason. This has been historically an intractable problem. It's been a problem that's been very, very stubborn to fix because of the financial, managerial, and technical impediments to getting very small communities that don't have the rate base to support the technologies and funding of those technologies to get clean water. So I believe you're going to do it, and we're going to do it together. But I'd ask for the communities that are listening to really think about this is a collaborative effort. This is not the state and regional water boards working alone. This is not Cal EPA working alone. It's really going to have to be everyone coming together to think about those solutions. And I just want to really congratulate you. I know the outreach you've already done, for instance, to the California Public Utilities Commission, to think about how do we work with them, to think about consolidations that relate to the IOUs in the water space, are really exactly where we should be going. So we're here. One thing that I would think about is, how we have web-based tools. I know I'm really excited to see later in the day the OEHA Human Right to Water tool. And, I think that's a great example of two entities integrating together. It really is now a tool, I think, that serves the water board incredibly well as the public. And it provides data in a really user-friendly way that is valuable for historic purposes. I would contextualize, it's not meant to be a forward-looking tool. It gives us a snapshot in time retrospectively that gives us the opportunity to understand where we're coming from as a way of understanding where we need to go. So hopefully everyone behind me and on the webinar is excited as I am, because this is kind of begins day zero of moving forward towards implementation, where we aren't doing it with one hand tied behind our back. We now have the ability to really tackle operation and maintenance, which was the Achilles heel of moving this program forward. So thank you, and we'll be here every step of the way with you.
Thank you so much, Secretary. And thank you for opening up this discussion today for us, and for your leadership and advocacy on this issue. And I think that, not unlike you, I'm fortunate to be in a position now in these years ahead as we implement to be able to be engaged in that discussion. And it really isn't what about necessarily the boards is going to do with these resources, but what California as a state is going to do with these resources and where they fit with all the other tools and dollars and programs that we have. And look forward to continue to articulate that and helping communities find out how they best themselves step up and be leaders in their communities in these issues, and empowered by these resources and these discussions that we're having. So thank you for that. I'll open up to my other board members, because I know just if you have any opening thoughts or remarks, I would love to hear them before we hand it off to staff.
Yeah, I think this is a really historic day. It's one that I'm just feeling immense gratitude around all of the many familiar faces here and those that can't be here that have worked for years and years to try to get these resources and tools available to our state. And as many years and effort as it took to get this particular funding source, we definitely have the greatest challenge ahead, which is using all of these tools to make sure that we have real outcomes for the communities that deserve it, that have gone far too long without access to safe drinking water, and that we do justice to their struggles, to these resources, and really to our state. So there's no way that we are going to accomplish that without all of you and many others helping us make sure that this is used successfully. So appreciate all of those that have traveled to be here and are part of this agenda today, and those many more that are working in their communities to make sure that we have safe, clean, affordable drinking water for all Californians. Thank you.
Well, I just want to take this opportunity to recognize you, Board Member Firestone. This issue has been something that we have all had as a top priority for many years, but I think I got a little bit more involved and stepped things up a little bit more after I met you. So I'm just thrilled that you're on this board, and today is a historic day. I think that it's great to be in a situation where it's not just hope, but now we actually have some additional resources, not all the resources. So it's our job to be good stewards of the fund, make sure that we're accountable, but most importantly, to continue the really good collaboration that's out there. And I just appreciate having been involved in some of the discussions where you could see things sort of pivot from advocacy and disagreement and frustration to collaboration, hope, and real solutions. So I'm excited about today's kickoff. Thank you.
Absolutely. And just the effort that we've already seen go into this just over the last couple of months has been phenomenal to watch. This is an amazing time to be on the board, to be a part of the board, and to really see where we're going to be able to take the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund going forward. I also just wanted to mention that although it was an uncontested item, even in the resolution that we just passed, we delegated additional funding for safe and affordable drinking water projects around the state. There's a number of different pots of funding and vehicles, tools that are available to communities now, and as approved in the budget by the legislature and signed by the governor. So it really is an exciting time. It's a challenge for our folks to be able to manage all of that, but I think we're going to be hearing quite a bit about today about all the things that we're doing to make that an easier process for folks. So thank you.
Good challenge to have. With that, I'll invite staff up to begin the informational item. Thank you.
And as they're walking up, I would just say the staff have been absolutely incredible. These folks have been doing this on literally a shoestring until now, and I can't believe how many places both Leslie and Darren are all the time. So you have incredible staff, and these two in particular, amazing leaders that have really pushed the envelope. So congratulations to them.
Thank you so much for that, Secretary.
I was going to save this to the end of your presentations, but I do also just want to really thank both of you and all of the many other State Water Board staff that I've seen take this responsibility so seriously, and really throw themselves above and beyond to try to make sure that we are able to be stewards of this and accomplish all of our goals. And I'm truly grateful for all that you've already done and the much more that we have to do together.
Thank you. It's very true that Leslie and I are sitting here, but there's hundreds behind us for sure that really deserve it, and people that have left us even at this point. Liz Haven's here in the back. Wave, Liz. We all have our moments of time when this kind of kicked off for us, and for me, it was sitting in a room with Liz, Cindy, and Tom Howard, our former executive director, and we had just absorbed or began the absorption of the drinking water program into the water board family, and Tom, in his very nonchalant way, kind of goes, "So, Darren, Cindy, what are you going to do about that drinking water problem?" And that was the beginning of okay, let's get a grip of the problem. Let's look at the data that's there. And that was in 2014. So it's been a sustained effort by many, many people to get us to this point. And so definitely, as we should try to recognize that not only water board staff, our partners in the community outside that are concerned about this as well. So all throughout the presentation, I hope that rings true, that it's really been a long, sustained group effort, which is what I always try to teach my staff, right? It's everybody wants the problem solved instantly. That's not how the real work happens that is meaningful and long-lasting. It's identifying that problem, putting a sustained effort into it, and keep going, and that's how we will ultimately implement this. So with that, let me begin our presentation and start off on where we're at. And I think this first slide, for me, I have this series of stump speech slides I like to give, and this is one of the main ones with some of the main data points that, as Tom gave us orders to look at what to do here, and we drafted up, I guess, our version of the napkin solution. It's a little 4-page summary of the things that might work in this area and pursue, and of course that evolved into what we have today through the process that's important to do that. But what struck me the biggest was that, we're talking about a utility delivery sector that is large. And in California, we rely on locals to self-manage, self-construct, self-direct their utility delivery in many fashions. And that takes forms from large corporations all the way down to tiny little private systems or little community systems. For some reason in drinking water, just, for however the forces of history directed it, we ended up with 7,500 water systems. That's a lot. I thought we were one of the most in the nation, but then Pennsylvania said they have 8,000, so they're worse. And as I got to know kind of the national scene, this actually isn't a California phenomenon. This is a national phenomenon that we're one of the, not the exact leader in, but certainly on the forefront of trying to address, and certainly addressing it in California ways as we go forward into this. So, and of that, 7,500 water systems, 3,000 community water systems, which, you know, when you look at the number of actually like registered census communities in California, exceeds that. So obviously we have community systems for things that a lot of people in their nomenclature don't consider actual communities, but they are communities. They're communities of residents that come together, that have this utility delivery there. And we also know that there is a higher percentage of water system delivery than there is sanitation services. So there's a lot of small systems where they get water from a central location, but then, you know, they have on-site treatment for wastewater. And so the utility breakdown segregates out quite a bit. And then when you look at that community system and you break it down even further, you realize that there is an incredible amount of the raw number of them that are under 1,000 connections. Literally 3/4 of our systems are small. And small brings with it some burdens that are difficult for them to overcome. Small, there's only so much rate ability any potential person has, unless they happen to be an exceptional community of exceptional resources, but that's pretty rare. They exist, but that's rare. And there's other factors that factor in, just economies of scale, overhead that, you know, if you have a general manager, you have a general manager for 25 connection system, 100 system, 200, and you then can't, you know, overcome these quantum steps that you have to have for the size of the system. Those basically then lay the foundation upon which we have to realize moving forward to look at the solution sets that we want to bring for the communities that are struggling in the water sector. That in essence, we're talking wholesale about changing the utility delivery structure that we face to make it more efficient, to recognize its weaknesses, and to, in essence, at least one time in my career, I get to say, not repeat what I tried to do for the first 20 years of my career, which was solve this all with capital funding, which was the main tool we had. And so SB 200 brings us a unique tool that we've said for some time that was a missing piece for the tools that we've deployed successfully in many instances already, and just amplifies that. This goes along with the fact that we have partners not only with us, but for the regulation, we have 30 counties that also assist us with directing the water systems and how to figure out how to move forward in community fashion across the board. One of the efforts we did was to put up a human right to water map that was, I think, essential in helping the broader community understand the extent of the issue. It's always important to go from anecdotal experience to data sets and really paint the picture. And so I think putting this together was a really key point of our work to highlight that this is a statewide problem, that it wasn't one zone or another that people may have had some familiarity with. In my own personal discovery, you know, you could find these type of communities no matter where you went in the state that were struggling or were set up in such a way that it was difficult to deal with. And another very important statistic that arose out of all of this was the 90% violations occur in our small systems. It only kind of exemplified the fact, or put an exclamation point on that was where we were struggling at, these really small systems. So we want to talk a lot today about certainly the Senate Bill 200, the Safe Affordable Drinking Water Fund, and that newness of it. But I think one thing that's always important is to anchor in a lot of the work that we've already done and the foundational program that we've already established. And so, you know, coming to us from the Department of Public Health and now existing at the Water Board is the full regulatory program of the Division of Drinking Water. It's permitting, it's compliance, the electronic reports we get that give us data about the water systems, the sanitary surveys we do, that our staff diligently do to help identify where the problems are, the enforcement that is then necessary for us to take in both a cooperative and compliance assistance type of fashion to really then highlight where that need is and where we can move forward. And then one of the new tools we got not too long after we got the drinking water program was the consolidation authority, which was very essential to adding on to where we want to go. And so, there's a huge infrastructure there that we can't forget that plays a very key and essential role that we stand upon top now for this new aspect of the program. This is just kind of to highlight a lot of that work that happens. You can see that we conduct over 7,000 sanitary surveys a year, that we write over 2,000 permits, and that we have over 5,000 enforcement actions. And that's a huge body of work that takes place to form that foundational action. And it's important to continue and appreciate and then integrate in how we move forward.
Great. Hi, this is Leslie Loudon, and I just wanted to take just a couple minutes to talk about our existing funding programs that we have for the drinking water program, sort of like Darren's been going over our existing program. Our main funding programs are around capital funding, and so that's historically been our funding available through the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund. It's our largest funding source. It provides low-interest loans and a small amount of principal forgiveness that's funded by a capitalization grant from US EPA each year. And that program, we have about a $400 million a year lending capacity, but small disadvantaged communities can't really access that funding because they don't have the rate base to repay a loan, so they struggle to access our capital programs. We do have some grant programs, and they are typically funded through the state general obligation bonds. Our current programs were from Proposition 1, which was passed in 2014, and Prop 68, which was in 2018. And with that, we have grants for small disadvantaged communities, specifically for their drinking water infrastructure projects, again, capital projects. And then we also have some funding for groundwater treatment and remediation projects, and you'll hear a little bit more about that in item 4 when Megan Tosney presents the guidelines for that program. We also have a small amount of funding that we've been able to use in the interim assistance category. We have our cleanup and abatement account, which is funded by fines and penalties. So we have usually about $6 million a year in the cleanup and abatement account, but that's not just for drinking water needs. It was changed during the drought so that we were able to fund urgent drinking water needs through the cleanup and abatement account, but that's also for emergency water quality projects, like, we're responding to fires and floods and things like that. So that's a small amount of money. We have had 2 recent appropriations from the legislature to provide drinking water in schools. We just completed, we finished awarding the initial allocation, and that went to 74 projects, and then we have a new appropriation this current budget year for some additional work for schools. And then we've received a number of budget augmentations over the last few years, a lot of different programs, as you mentioned, with different recipients, different focus, but that's been our main source of interim assistance for urgent drinking water needs. Our final category is technical assistance, which we had through our Drinking Water State Revolving Fund program, part of the set-aside that we've been able to use for technical assistance. When Prop 1 came along, it greatly expanded both the amount of money that we had and also the types of technical assistance that we could provide to disadvantaged communities. Thanks. So this is a summary of the drinking water funding that we have put out since the drinking water program came over in 2014. As you can see, we've provided over $1.5 billion in drinking water projects The vast majority of those are for capital projects. And you can see the second columns there to the right, the projects for the disadvantaged communities, about $350 million have gone to disadvantaged community capital projects. And again, you see the large number of projects versus the small dollar amounts. And it's sort of the same thing with the interim assistance and with our technical assistance, where there's a huge, huge demand, the number of communities that we're providing assistance to, and the small dollar amounts. So it really shows how the disadvantaged communities need help to access those capital funds, and sort of also what the workload is associated with those pots of funding. So now I'm going to turn it back over to Darren, and we're going to run through a little overview of SB 200 and the new tools that it provides.
Yeah, and so I'm going to go fast just to try to highlight this. Obviously, there'll be much more time later to get into more details. This is just to kind of pave the way with some key points. There's a lot in this legislation that's very dense with tools for us. So, obviously, one of the key points is that this allows us to contract with grant and to contract with administrators through contracts or grants to try to set that fundamental concept up. And this is new, very new for us, and you'll hear more about it tomorrow when we talk a little bit about the administrative policy we're bringing forward. I don't think anybody else has ever done something exactly like this. We're kind of learning from receivership and the one administrator we've done via legislation that was given to us. But there's a lot of lessons yet to go, and I really am venturing into this with kind of it'll be a malleable program that we're going to try to get to being very effective. It defines that process. It gives us where we're going to establish a handbook, and I'll say it now and I'll say it again tomorrow. This initial handbook is exactly that. We will begin working on the second version probably the minute we adopt this one, because it's really to get us out there and start learning some lessons and then come back. And so our commitment is to really be strong on the fact that we know it's not perfect. It's really kind of how do we start into something completely brand new. And of course, most abundantly there, I don't know why it ends up at the bottom, establishes a Safe Drinking Water Fund, which is essential tool here. We've had, obviously, the authority to do the administrator, but without the money that the fund provides, that becomes a bit of a difficult situation. So now we have it. Certainly, it defines the project eligibility for the fund. It has us do an expenditure plan. I think there's a key point. We've got to this point because we were public about everything we were doing, and we want to remain in that fashion with community and public participation going forward. And so we fully embrace that the funding expenditure plan is an important interaction between us and the communities we're trying to serve and move ahead here. And there'll be some associations with annually doing that and moving forward. It requires an advisory group, which is another essential part. As you know, here at the board, we're not shy about bringing together many different groups to help us in guidance and provide input. And that's part of the public process that we think is powerful and moves us forward in ways. And some of those will work out and some won't. And as a group of a community, we'll continue to move ahead. And of course, lists of conditions for receiving the funding so that there's boundaries upon that. Some other things that are in there as well that I think is kind of key is that it requires the publishing of maps and aquifers of high-risk contained contaminants that exceed safe drinking water standards, and this is a bit new. I think there are people nervous about us going outside of what would be considered our regulatory bounds, but it's really our public service duty as keepers of water quality in California to both provide information so that people can make decisions from that may not have that available now. And I think this is a huge step in trying to bring that to bear and provide that type of information so that it is really clear what people face and maybe allow us to work with those communities going forward and land use decision makers and others that will benefit from that type of information in the future. It also requires state water system domestic well collected after January 1 to be submitted to us. That's a first as well. We look forward to working with the counties and trying to collect that. It's been a bit of a behind the curtain component of data for us. We have anecdotal and a little bit of information that we've been able to collect, but that'll shape a little bit better the picture, complete the picture from domestic well all the way up to public water system and large utilities, so that we have a full spectrum of what all Californians face when they're trying to meet their drinking water needs. It also, provides enhanced authority for making determination about public water system sustainability in the permitting process. This is a bit of what we tongue-in-cheek call stop the bleeding. Obviously, we want to stop making some bad decisions and help others with the determination of that. I think some of that comes back up to the map at the top that we're going to propose. I think, a lot of these decisions have been made without all the information there, and so now that we can help provide that and provide some input to that can hopefully, help us going forward into the future with all of the partners that are necessary as we really address the whole utility landscape here. So I think a lot of people wanted to focus on the water systems that were failing, and of course, in my line of work, I'd rather never actually get there. That 5,000 enforcement actions should be 0 in an ideal world, and of course, getting there is a bit tricky. So we really need to look at who's likely to fail as much as we do who is failing, because by the time they failed, we've failed the community, we've failed the citizens to bring that to light. And so identifying high-risk systems is really an essential component of what we're doing. We have the needs analysis underway that will be the first step in that, but we're integrating that concept completely into all of our levels of work at the regulatory level and through the fund work as well. Another key aspect that we've preached all along as we were asking for this fund was that we needed to be more efficient. This wasn't about propping up a failed idea or a struggling system with where they were at, but trying to make them a better community, a better service to their community as well. And that involves consolidation and regional solutions. And so we have some of those tools in place, and we're going to need more along that line for regionalization and really getting people to think outside of their boundaries. That includes water systems that are doing just fine. I encourage them all the time to remember that there's neighbors outside that are part of their community, that shop in their community, that come to school in their community, and just because they're cozy in their boundary shouldn't mean that they don't then participate in the broader community and area that they live, work, and play, and service that as well. And so that's really a challenge I threw out there for them on that. Of course, we all want to go fast, and accelerated project timelines is something we've strived to do. I think DFA's history from the time I started in the 90s to now is just an example of how we've continuously modified that and not stuck with old ways and try to make things faster all the time, and how we can improve and take critique so that we continue to improve. We also understand that this needs to be both comprehensive solutions and that local capacity building is it. We're not walking into these communities to run their water systems forever. We're providing assistance to get them into a new state of being that then they go off into a bright future rather than continue to struggle. And we know that both of those take a long time, and interim solutions are key in that fundamental aspect as well. So that's another part of our programmatic goals, to make sure that we can provide those interim solutions and get us there and provide water while we're building that better future that can take time to do. So in a strategic plan overview, interim solutions fires up first. Obviously, there's a lot of focus on that, on how we want to do that. We know permanent solutions can take a while to do, and that will be why we really wanted this fund to be sustainable and have it over time, because it is a lot of work. We have the permitting compliance assistance enforcement level underneath that is the bedrock upon which we understand where we're at and engage in the communities and get them to be partners in the solutions to their problems and what they face, just as water quality changes for them and water supply changes and climate change impacts them, and all of those factors that now we all face in this state that are important to be there. And on top of that, I think program tracking and reporting becomes essential, because if we're going to have this broader community discussion and this broader partnership, then communicating just even internally between our divisions, and then branching that out to our partners that we work with, and then the communities at large that are involved in that is essential. We need board members at small water systems understanding what their rate structure looks like compared to their neighbors, the solutions that they may or may not have available. So information to them is just as essential. And so having all of that wrapped together is important for us.
So we've been working on starting to put together a strategic plan for the implementation of the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Program. And we've been very lucky to have Andrew Altavolt on loan to us from the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board. And Andrew's really been helping us, pulling us together, pulling me and Darren together, and everyone else with interest in it to start determining, setting some goals and things like that for the program, what we really want to do around these different topics. And so I mentioned before that we have had in the past very limited funding for interim assistance. And so through the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Program, we really are going to be able to expand that part of our existing program and reach additional people. So our goal is to provide temporary supplies of safe drinking water to 75 communities and schools during this first year. And we'll be prioritizing that based on those immediate health concerns of those communities. We're looking at really the existing structures that we have set up around our interim funding programs that we have to augment those programs, and use the assistance providers that we currently have to try to build up some more additional local capacity and develop additional providers, because we really realize that a lot of ours are stretched pretty thin with our existing programs. And so we're really going to be looking at what we can do to build the capacity on the local level. Joe Karkowski will be presenting item 5 after this, and he's going to go into a little bit more detail about our actual implementation plans during the first year. So he'll talk a bit more about that. As far as the permanent solutions, the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Program is also going to enable us to accelerate the pace that we have been in providing permanent solutions. Disadvantaged communities often really struggle with their capital projects, so we're looking at what kinds of tools we can provide to help move those projects along, and what are the hurdles to actual implementation, why things get delayed. So we intend to be able to provide, we talked about the wraparound services, that we can look at all the different needs of the communities and try to get what we can in place to help accelerate those permanent solutions. So along those lines, our goal in the first year is to provide some preliminary planning assistance, get out there in these communities, take a look at who needs assistance, and provide that assistance to 100 communities, and at the same time accelerate those permanent solutions for 75 communities. We anticipate during the first year that really doubling the number of consolidations that we're currently doing. So that's one of the sort of the numbers behind these goals, is really looking at what we can get done quickly. We anticipate the early years of the program will be mainly the voluntary consolidations that are able to move quicker, and those that don't need major infrastructure upgrades, because those just do take longer. But we will be looking at all of those. And again, our prioritization will be looking at initially at the out of compliance, the 300 plus on Darren's list, and those that have those system violations, looking at what it takes to get to long-term sustainability and how many interim steps we have, those that we can kind of move through quickly, sort of the low-hanging fruit, we'll be looking at during this first year. Definitely looking at where we can get consolidations, regionalization, and then looking at where we do have remote or isolated homes, state smalls, where we can consolidate those. But really that's going to be kind of the initial push on that program, is getting that up and running.
So from my side of the house, permanent solutions component, you'll see some things here that we've already talked about, but there's 3 new ones that I'm going to talk about on this slide. See if you can spot them. First, affordability analysis. You know, we've treated the regulatory program as are they meeting technical standards and going there, but there's a fundamental underpinning that we've identified in all of this that affordability is key to that, and a lot of tools are going to come into play in both my side of the house and others where we can address that, because that's understanding that basis is kind of essential in moving forward, and how many tools we can deploy will be key. We're always looking for more opportunities there to understand that. Solution assistance teams, this is going to be you know, kind of a continuation of a theme we've already begun down, and to kind of wrap in more now that we have resources to do that. And so that'll be essential as well. And they really are essential to bring a whole community along, to have all of the associated components associated and set up with that. And workforce development, I think the water industry as a whole, in my conversations with them, is facing workforce issues, but certainly in these communities we're talking about that are struggling, it's a whole nother magnitude of difficult to you know, bring in the right people, develop them within the community, and have them do that. And so I know a lot of communities fear when they switch from, you know, I'm losing control of my little small water system, and I'd like to tell them that they're going to, you know, a system of which will have, you know, better employment with technical training, and really actually move their communities in a bigger, broader direction, and provide opportunity for those communities that they, you know, can't envision at the moment, but are part of what that's, you know, hopefully looking forward to be something that they can build upon and go from there with. And being the consummate regulator, I can't not show the slide of permitting, enforcement, and oversight compliance that continue to be necessary. We can't forget those at the end after we talk about all our new stuff, that again, those remain fundamental, and my staff that do that work are essential for this. You know, a lot of times people want to be part of the new component, and it gets a lot of attention, but I will continue to focus on the fact that that work is just as new, in exploring new areas, and how we continue to keep them to be part of the work. Tracking and reporting, like we said, would be very key here. Here's some mock-ups. These are not systems that are ready to deploy, but some concepts that we're working with and working very hard at. And Chair Esquivel has been a big champion, as well as the other board members, for how we bring together our IT systems and deploy information in the information age so that people can use that. That includes our staff, that includes outside. Those are never easy to do. And so while the world expects that IT solutions pop up instantly in front of you, and they're great, I can tell you that they take time to build and put forward, especially when they're new. You know, people often see them when they're deployed and think, oh, they must have worked on this for a week. It's like, no, probably multiple years getting to this point. And so we have a good team assembled to try to do this, and a commitment to do it. And the only thing I can say for sure in my many years of doing IT projects is they're never done, and they continuously evolve. You know, that's just the way they go, and we'll continue to be there and committed to working on that as we go along. And I think finally, it's important to talk about the process. I've said it many times, and I think this slide helps exemplify it, that this will be an open public process. We're not here only today before the board as a kickoff, and you'll never see us again. This is really the beginning of a long conversation at many different touch points on many different small parts of this program that will continue to come back and be public. We need to keep the public engaged in that. We'll have some key advisory folks that we will bring in and hopefully rotate through so that we get a variety of voices involved in that, and benefit from that type of community discussion. You know, we'll have our policy and fund development expenditure plan each year, which will be a key component that people always like to talk about and help focus where we're spending funds and the expenditure plan as well, and reporting out on how well we're doing with our dollars and the lessons we're learning from that as we go forward. And kind of underneath all of that as well is the Safe Drinking Water Plan, which we're preparing for the board on a 5-year schedule, and 2020 is the next update of that. And of course, this becomes a major integration in that. The Safe Drinking Water Plan is obviously much more than the work we do here. It involves MCLs and contamination and all of those type of components as well that we discuss in that. But this is now obviously a focal point that we will continue to move forward with, and it'll be an essential part. And I think with that, we will conclude.
Thank you very much. Any questions from board members at this moment they might have for our two staff? Don't be shy.
I think one thing to just clarify maybe is back on interim solutions. Just if it wasn't clear to folks in the audience or watching that by talking about communities and schools, that also includes state smalls or communities on private wells. So just clarifying, that was one clarification. And I think I just look forward to hearing from more of the folks here. I'm really excited for our panels. And I think just one of the things, I appreciate really highlighting the many ways that we are going to be seeking input and collaboration on this. You know, in terms of specifics on how we use this particular fund, it's helpful to have given the context you did about how it fits into our existing programs, into all of our permitting and compliance and enforcement authorities, and the need to have it complement our existing funding sources and potential new funding sources, especially capital funds, because this fund isn't going to be able to solve everything. And then just to highlight that these fund expenditure plans are really developed through this public process and advisory process to help us make sure that we're prioritizing right, that we're being stewards of this funding, and then the process that we discussed around really trying to track well how funds are spent and what outcomes look like, and make that publicly accessible is a real priority. And I think appreciate all of the work on that.
Thank you, board member. And thank you again to Darren and Leslie for just the incredible work these past months and years. I know there's been many a weekend that has not been spent at home. And so just really appreciate the incredible work you guys have done. And so with that, we'll move on to, that'll wrap up our informational item number 3, and we'll move on to item number 4. So thank you, Darren. And item number 4 is consideration of a proposed resolution to adopt the Proposition 68 Groundwater Treatment and Remediation Grant Program Guidelines. This should only be about a 20-minute presentation. We'll then move on to adoption of item number 5, which is a safe and affordable fund. We'll break for lunch, and then we'll begin our panels. Actually, in that case, we may be done, I don't know. We'll think about timing. But for now, we'll move on to our next item.
So I think there's a misplacement of the PowerPoint, but we'll just run through the highlights of the talking points and keep it short.
Okay, that works.
Yeah.
All right. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and fellow board members. My name is Matt Pavlicek. I'm an engineering geologist in the Groundwater Grant Program in the Division of Financial Assistance. And today I'll be presenting an overview of the Proposition 68 Groundwater Treatment and Remediation Grant Program Guidelines for consideration of board adoption. With me to my left, I have Megan Tosney, Supervising Water Resource Control Engineer with the Division of Financial Assistance, and Julia Nick from the Office of Chief Counsel.
Great. One moment, Matt. Sorry to interrupt you. For those folks in the room, if you are planning to speak on this item, the adoption of the Groundwater Remediation Grant Program Guidelines, please bring your blue card to Janine now, because I will quickly take public comment if there is any on this item, but otherwise we'll just move to adoption. So just want to let everyone know. Thanks, Matt.
So I wanted to begin by providing some background on Proposition 68. Chapter 11.1 of Proposition 68 allocated $80 million for grants for treatment and remediation activities that prevent or reduce the contamination of groundwater that serves as a source of drinking water. As established in the Budget Act of 2019, these grant funds must be encumbered by June 30th of 2021 and liquidated by June 30th of 2023. After accounting for administrative and bond costs, $74 million will be available to fund projects through the Groundwater Treatment and Remediation Grant Program. The proposition required a set-aside of $16 million for projects serving severely disadvantaged communities. And Chapter 11.1 included a provision that allows these bond funds to be utilized for non-capital expenditures, such as ongoing operation and maintenance of existing facilities. Before discussing the eligible project types and costs, I wanted to cover some key eligibility requirements outlined in the guidelines that prospective grantees must meet to be considered eligible for funding. The eligible grant applicants include public agencies, nonprofit organizations, public utilities, federally recognized Indian tribes, California Native American tribes, and mutual water companies. The project proposed must address contaminants in groundwater resulting from a discharge of waste and causing contamination that exceeds a primary maximum contaminant level or notification level. And Proposition 68 funding cannot be used to pay for the share of any costs recovered from responsible parties. Funding would be available for ongoing operation and maintenance activities of existing treatment and remediation systems, such as wellhead treatment, groundwater extraction and treatment systems, centralized groundwater treatment systems, and source area cleanup activities. Some of the potentially eligible operation and maintenance costs for existing treatment and remediation systems that prevent or reduce the contamination of groundwater include permitting, monitoring, reporting, utility bills, any chemical costs, a replacement or change out of existing equipment, and any plant operator expenses. So in addition to operation and maintenance activities, or funding for operation and maintenance activities, there will also be funding available for small-scale capital improvement projects. Applicants must be able to demonstrate that the resulting reduction in operation and maintenance costs over the useful life of the proposed improvement exceeds the capital cost proposed. Typically, new infrastructure projects such as the construction of wellhead treatment or groundwater extraction and treatment systems would be directed to the Proposition 1 Groundwater Grant Program. The proposed guidelines establish minimum and maximum grant amounts for eligible projects. For operations and maintenance activities, the guidelines propose a minimum grant amount of $500,000 and a maximum grant amount of $5 million per project, with a maximum grant amount of $20 million per applicant. For eligible capital improvement projects, the guidelines propose a minimum grant amount of $2 million per project and $5 million per applicant. This would be in addition to any funding provided for operation and maintenance activities. So next, I'm going to cover some of the public outreach we conducted. The draft guidelines were posted in May for public comment. We held 3 public workshops in June, and the public comment period ended on July 3rd of this year. The Division of Financial Assistance received 1 written comment letter on the draft guidelines. The comments included a request that the deadline to liquidate all encumbered funds be revised to June 30th, 2025, to provide enough time for large-scale groundwater remediation projects to be commissioned and placed into full operation. No changes to the guidelines are proposed because the June 30th, 2023 liquidation deadline matches what was established in the Budget Act of 2019. We also received a request to include a provision by which the State Water Board can approve an award in excess of the proposed maximum grant amount for the Deputy Director of the Division of Financial Assistance. No changes to the guidelines were proposed, as Section 5.1 of the proposed guidelines already indicates that the State Water Board retains the authority to approve projects exceeding the grant amounts listed. In addition to the public comments that we received, staff also made minor clerical edits, which have been incorporated into the version for State Water Board consideration. We also wanted to provide a summary of how this funding program would support some of the priorities of the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Program. So Proposition 68 offers another new funding source for operations and maintenance activities. This funding can help reduce the cost of operation and maintenance for eligible water systems. The proposed guidelines include specific opportunities and preferences for severely disadvantaged communities and disadvantaged communities. There will be a set aside for severely disadvantaged communities of $16 million with a separate continuous application process. The remaining $58 million in funding will be allocated through a single solicitation, and eligible projects solely benefiting disadvantaged communities will be funded first. The remaining eligible projects will be evaluated and ranked for award. And with that, we recommend the board adopt the proposed resolution and are available to answer any questions.
No cards? Any comment from board members?
I do have some comments. So thank you for all of your work on this, and I think this is a really important piece of additional funding that's available to the state and to communities to address contamination from waste to groundwater. And I think it's exciting to have something that is able to not just address capital costs, but also operations and maintenance. I have real concerns with how both Prop 1 and this program around Prop 68 for groundwater funding is able to address disadvantaged community and severely disadvantaged community needs. I really appreciate the set aside and the flexibility in terms of and the prioritization of disadvantaged community projects and the flexibility about rolling applications and priority for disadvantaged community projects. I think those are really important steps, and I think show the guidelines reflect that as a priority. I think despite that, I'm frustrated to see how few projects are ultimately funded for small and disadvantaged communities when we have so many that that are affected by groundwater contamination and particularly nitrate and other challenges that would otherwise fit this eligibility. And I really urge staff and the many partners that are out there in the audience to help us try to identify how we can change that. I think we deserve that as a state. I think taxpayers are paying for this. This is a public funding source, and I think a lot of the ideas for why this is needed is to make sure that we are not just addressing some of the large groundwater contamination sites, but also many of these small communities that otherwise can't pay for operations and maintenance. Certainly the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund is only going to go so far. This is another really important source. That said, I do support these guidelines as is. I've gone back and forth between whether I would, but I do think that what we have here is the best that we can right now. But I would hope that I would direct staff to just continue to work with applicants and this program to try to reflect on how we can increase the projects funded that address small and disadvantaged communities, particularly those that have struggled with waste contamination of drinking water sources for many years. So appreciate the work on this. I will be supporting it, but wanted to make that concern clear. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, board member. Any others? Well, then I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries, and the guidelines are adopted. Thank you so much, staff, for the work on that. With that, we'll move on to item number 5, which is consideration of a proposed resolution to delegate authorities for the administration of $300 million allocated for the Budget Act of 2019 for implementation of the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Program. And I invite staff up for the presentation on that item. And on what I want to encourage is anybody that would like to really talk about the Safe and Affordable Fund, this is your opportunity to do so as we move to adoption of this item. And so please do fill out a blue speaker card if you wish to speak on the item in public forum. Once we adopt the item, we will have a series of panels that will be coming up to share their thoughts on implementation. And so if you're one of those panels, you're covered insofar as you're speaking in that moment. But if you're a member of the public and would like to speak on the Safe and Affordable Fund and today's adoption, please do take the time now to fill out a blue speaker card and hand it over to Janine Townsend so we can get your public comments in now before we break to lunch at some point. So, and with that, I'll hand it off to staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Joe Karkowski. I'm one of Leslie's assistant deputy directors in the Division of Financial Assistance. And so this item is a proposed resolution that would allow us to administer that first $130 million we got for the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Program. There it is. So I'll cover 3 things, mostly talking about our fiscal year 1920, so this fiscal year's implementation approach. Go over the authorizing resolution, and I won't spoil the ending, but we do have a staff recommendation as well. So kind of as an overview, I'll provide some updates for our Office of Sustainable Water Solutions and Division of Financial Assistance. Talk about a new drinking water pre-application that we've developed. Some workshops and outreach we plan to conduct with assistance providers. How we're going to do some of that initial system triage, and Leslie and Darren talked about that as well earlier. Kind of what our prioritization or first year goals are for funding, and then talk about the grant agreements for administrators and assistance providers. So first, one of the big important updates is kind of the hiring of staff. So the Office of Sustainable Water Solutions was established in 2015. It was first one section, I believe, and then we had 2 sections, technical groups, so about 15 to 18 people each. We're looking at adding a 3rd section, and we've started doing some hiring with the initial 23 PY the State Water Board got. The division got 5 people. So all of those positions have been advertised, and we've hired 1 person. And then we also have announcements out or pending hiring for some management positions as well. And as soon as we get approval for those, we'll hire that. So we'll have that starting to build that staff infrastructure. So the other thing we're doing is we're relooking at our funding applications. Of course, many of them were, for the capital projects, and we're set up to be flexible in terms of the funding source, whether bond funds or federal funds. So we're relooking at that, figuring out ways of streamlining that those application packages and that processes so we can get the funding out the door quicker. And one of the things that we're also doing is, we're always looking at how we can, better conduct our outreach, like you mentioned, Board Member Firestone, with the last item that can, be a challenge at times. So one small step here is to have our own dedicated email address for the Office of Sustainable Water Solutions. The other thing we're doing is we're we're looking at our website and how we're communicating information. So, one of the things when folks had previously entered our website, it talked about the state revolving fund, which could throw folks off. So we're looking at branding this differently as a small community funding program and being inclusive of the various funding pots that we have, whether it's the new Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund, the general fund appropriations, cleanup and abatement account, as well as our bond funds. Along with those updates, and of course, we'll be, as we go along, we'll see how this is working, because we're not the main customers of this web page. So as folks provide us input, we'll make updates and adjustments. We'll also develop new marketing guidance material, frequently asked questions sheets, that sort of thing. Another kind of change in our approach is we're looking at developing what we're calling a pre-application for disadvantaged communities. So now that we'll have, a greater kind of suite of potential solutions, we want to start out relatively simple before someone has to fill out, full-blown application. So pre-application will help identify what the needs are, whether it's technical assistance, emergency and interim drinking water, planning or construction. So we can help a potential applicant go through that pre-app, direct them to the right funding source, and of course, if they need technical assistance in filling out the appropriate application, we'll be able to provide that as well. So we're hoping, we're still working on this internally, but we hope to go live in a couple of weeks with this new pre-application. So one of the things Leslie had mentioned and Darren was providing kind of wraparound services. So we're going to start out doing some workshop outreach for potential assistance advisors. So when we have solution assistance, that could be, both as, and you'll talk about this more tomorrow, as an administrator, like as a administrator function, or, administrator could take on one of these roles, or as like the more traditional technical assistant. So it could be project management, engineering, environmental, all of those services listed there. So we haven't quite, we haven't scheduled these meetings, so I encourage everybody to, be on the lookout for when we announce those workshops and outreach. So in terms of our initial system triage, I think Leslie touched on this a bit, Leslie and Darren. Of course, we'll look at the human right to water. That's what that acronym is. Out of compliance list. And of course, we have, over 300 systems on that list. So we'll prioritize that. Of course, as we get new project applications coming in, we'll triage those through the pre-app. And that doesn't just include the public water systems, also includes domestic wells and state small water systems. So the team, of course, will include both Division of Financial Assistance and Division of Drinking Water staff, the local primacy agency counties, the solution assistance providers, and the community outreach providers as well. So Leslie had mentioned some of these first-year goals, so doing this initial assessment of what are some of the immediate needs. And again, these numbers we're providing are built on what our standard workload would be. So this isn't just all new because of safe and affordable drinking water. It's looking at what we have been able to do with our existing funding sources, plus what we can additionally do with the new funding, plus our anticipated staff ramping up as well. So we're looking at providing temporary supplies for 75 communities and schools, That can be, point of use, point of entry, bottled water, vending machines. When we look at it, we'll try to look for the most cost-effective solutions, kind of, how long is that temporary solution needed until we get the more permanent solution. Then the other thing is we'll provide some preliminary planning assistance for the longer-term solutions. Plan to have that assistance in place for up to 100 communities. And this can include things we've typically done, kind of evaluation of the different alternatives, whether it's centralized treatment, consolidation, regionalization, that sort of thing. And part of what we want to do as well is accelerate the planning process. So if there's anything, whether it's for planning or for the permanent solutions, try to identify those communities or projects that maybe have been stuck for a while and see what we can do to move those processes along. So that the last one, this last goal that we have, this isn't just about the funding, but also includes the consolidation work to either complete the permanent solutions or accelerate the funding processes for 75 communities. And so this is our ceiling. Hopefully we can do much more than that. And a lot of it honestly depends on how quickly we can ramp up with staffing and how quickly some of these public outreach processes go as well. So now turning to the administrator and assistance provider funding agreements, grant agreements. We'll have kind of a mix of both like a request for qualifications process, as well as, we'll be opportunistic too, where we have an idea of who has provided assistance in a given area before, and have a directed action. But for some of those services that we talked about, the legal, engineering, environmental, that sort of thing, we plan to have either through a contract process or grant agreement, a request for qualification process. And as I mentioned, for those folks who are currently providing assistance, where they have the capacity to do so, augment those assistance agreements, or potentially expand the services that they provide. So we currently have about a dozen or so existing technical assistance agreements already in place. And then as the board considers the administrator handbook and when that gets adopted, we'll then have the ability to appoint administrators. Anticipating that we'll be doing that, we're going to start working on what would those funding agreements look like, how might we approach it. Could be either public or private entities, and we're thinking about having regionally based agreements where that's feasible, so that there's that sort of local connection. Okay, now for the authorizing resolution. So before SB 200 was passed, the fiscal year 1920 Budget Act was passed, and that included $30 million from the general fund and $100 million from the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. So this resolution only provides authority for that particular appropriation. Any future expenditures will have to be consistent with the expenditure plan that's developed and the board will adopt later in the fiscal year. So it authorizes Leslie as the Division of Financial Assistance Deputy Director to approve, deny funding for that whole $130 million for both individual projects and programs. We have the authority to either execute contracts or grant agreements with both administrators and assistance providers to implement this funding. So we do recommend that you adopt the proposed resolution and be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Before we move to public comment, are there any questions or comments from board members? Board Member McGuire?
Yes, hi. Thank you for the presentation. It's very helpful, and clearly very ambitious goals are being set for the first year. And if we're able to look back, I think a year from now and say that, yes, we've been able to help 100 communities with planning and 75 communities with interim supplies, I think that's going to be something to celebrate. I did want to ask about one aspect of that on the first year goals, and that is, I didn't hear, I heard you mention bottled water, vending machines and things of that nature, but I didn't hear a reference to operations and maintenance costs. So I guess my question is, are you thinking about how, if there are communities that are identified that, do have treatment systems in place currently that are existing, and, funding some of those costs might help immediately address their drinking water compliance issues, that might be a tool to take advantage of in the first year?
Yeah, sure. I think, we haven't yet kind of gone through that process yet. A lot of our initial internal discussions have been, where might we have opportunities for administrators? Where do we have those kind of interim drinking water needs? But certainly, as we have those discussions internally, we'll definitely be looking at, the real obvious where there's some O&M help. I think, as we look at issues like affordability and how that's defined and that sort of thing, we'll have to, I think, eventually refine that from, kind of the extreme, like they clearly need some help, to where is it more on the margins.
Right. Yeah. No, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to add that, one of the first steps that we're looking at before we go into, subsidizing O&M funding is really looking at the systems and making them as efficient as possible. So we're looking at doing that assessment and coming in and trying to figure out everything that we can do initially before we get to that point of, actually figuring out, what that O&M is. So, and at least in this first year, our intent is to do that assessment, and we may get there this first year, and we may not.
No, I appreciate that, and I agree. I'm just mindful, this is a long-term investment. It's going to be a long-term process, but 75,000 people is not a million. And so if we are able to ramp up with some larger communities that have been impacted, and there are options that we identify that can provide interim water supply quickly, I really think that should be kept in mind going forward here.
Thank you, Board Member. No other questions or comments from board members. We can move over to public comment. I'd like to first invite Jack Hawks from the California Water Association, who will be followed by Melissa Sparks-Krantz from the Association of California Water Agencies, and Jesse Snyder from Self-Help Enterprises.
Jack Hawks on behalf of the California Water Association. Thank you, Chair Esquivel, and board members. I'm pretty excited about this project now. I think once the two departments, drinking water and DFA, get this, complete the needs analysis and create a companion list of at-risk systems to the already existing list of non-compliant systems, we're going to have a nice long-term roadmap to go after. I have a specific request today. And this concerns the long-term solutions and the administrator program. Part of the requirement in S2501 and SB 200 in the handbook is the creation of a post-administrator water service plan. And in that, the administrator is supposed to identify the technical, managerial, and financial issues that existed before the administrator came aboard, and then what will need to be effectuated once the system is returned to the original, presumably the original owner and operator. I would like to ask the Division of Financial Assistance and the Division of Drinking Water to actually formalize that process a little bit further by having the return of the system be comparable to the TMF assessment requirements in Health and Safety Code Section 116.540, which right now just applies to new water systems after 1998, I believe, or a new owner of an existing water system and change of ownership. If this could be, and the Division of Drinking Water has developed this multi-dimensional TMF assessment program, and I just think if we could add, I'm going to talk more about this tomorrow, of course, in the workshop, but if we could add this into the handbook, I think it'll be very helpful. So that's it for the moment.
Thank you, Mr. Hawks. Next up is Melissa Sparks-Krantz from the Association of California Water Agencies, who will be followed by Jesse Snyder from Self-Help Enterprises.
Morning. Thank you for hosting this public workshop here today. My name is Melissa Sparks-Krantz with the Association of California Water Agencies, and we represent over 450 local public water agencies across California, which together provide about 90% of the water that's distributed for municipal, industrial, and agricultural purposes. And we've engaged in the needs assessment process that has started here with the board. And we've provided comments on that, and we believe that that piece is an important component to implementing a successful, safe, and affordable drinking water program. And we're appreciative of the public processes thus far in that, and hope to continue to engage. But we're here today to support the staff recommendation that the board adopt the proposed resolution that's here forward today for the first $130 million to implement the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Program. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Jesse Snyder from Self-Help Enterprises. Excuse me. And we'll have 3 minutes per speaker. And after that will be Carol Fluharty from Three Palms Mobile Home Park.
Hi, good morning, board chair, board members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Self-Help Enterprises, my name is Jessie Snyder, and I'm representing Self-Help Enterprises. We're one of your technical assistance providers and have been since 2007. And we certainly welcome this new era, this new development, and we applaud everything we've heard this morning, and certainly encourage the board to accept the staff recommendation to adopt the resolution. We're particularly glad to hear the emphasis on the public process and the development of a robust advisory committee that will shape the fund and the fund development plan. We'd like to see the fund emphasize the enhancement of the sustainability of small water systems. I think probably everyone can agree on that. Certainly regionalization and consolidation projects are one way to do that and are often very successful, but we want to remember as well that they're not always the right answer, and we need to also be putting resources into developing the capacity of those more isolated water systems where regionalization isn't really a good solution for them or a plausible one. For example, we'd like to see investment in workforce development so we can have skilled staff available to small water systems. We'd like to see capacity development programs for boards and staff. We'd like to see programs set up to share resources and share staffing. And also, of course, to provide financial support for operation and maintenance, but also to develop the capacity of small water systems to operate their own systems. Let's set them up for success where we can. Let's provide startup costs and make sure that water systems understand how to operate their infrastructure, especially newly built capital projects. And secondly, let's seize the opportunity to make a big impact here. I loved hearing the goal to help 100 systems in the first year. We've got so many projects that have been lagging for years, and they have very identifiable barriers, and one thing that money can do is remove barriers. So I'd like to see us really dig in and advance some of those projects that have lagged for years. And let's break down some funding silos. This is a wonderful opportunity to leverage additional funding. The federal government is making investments in infrastructure funding. Why not take what we have and multiply its impact by leveraging additional funds and using the money creatively? We have an amazing opportunity here, but several people have already mentioned this morning, including Board Member Firestone, that we can't expect this fund to do everything. So let's think creatively about how we can spread its impacts as broadly as possible. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address the board this morning.
Thank you so much for your contribution. Next up is Carol Fluharty from Three Palms Mobile Home Park, who will be followed by Ruben Salazar, and who will be followed by Jonathan Nelson.
I have lived in Three Palms Mobile Home Park next month, 51 years. I'm the oldest person living there. I have been buying my drinking water for over 16 years. I have three 3-gallon water containers. And my concern is they're wanting to hook us up for the water and sewer. And my concern, what is it going to cost us? Because I am a senior. I live on a fixed income, and we do not get an increase every year. But my space rent goes up every year. But I am on the gas and electric. I am on the CARE program. But I would like to see something for that to go with the water and sewer. Because right now, that water is not fit to drink. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us today. Next up is Ruben Salazar, who will be followed by Jonathan Nelson.
My name is Ruben. I'm the water president of Tullyville. I've been living there 53 years. The water's no good to drink out there. And a lot of people, single people out there, and a lot of kids. So we gotta see if we can fix the water or something, because we need it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Salazar. Next up is Jonathan Nelson from Community Water Center.
Morning, Chair and members. Jonathan Nelson with the Community Water Center. Want to start by saying that we're thrilled to be here today, and just want to recognize the fact that it was communities themselves that fought not just for years as part of the campaign for a safe and affordable drinking water fund, but for decades to get to this moment. And we wouldn't be here without them. But also want to acknowledge Board Member Firestone for her work on this, and just the entire board for the leadership that you all showed to get us here. So thank you for that. We are happy to be here today in support, recognizing that this is just the start and not an end point, but do want to pull out a couple themes that were talked about already that are going to be important for our Community Water Center and the communities that we work with. So the first and foremost is to, with regards to the goal and timeline, to be ambitious and to set bold targets and timelines. You know, for example, we believe that with this new tool, not that it's going to be easy, but that by 2025, if not sooner, that all communities in California can have access to safe and affordable drinking water, even as we know that we may have to start for some with interim solutions, even as we work towards long-term sustainable solutions. Number two, we believe, and I think we all recognize this, but that the success of this effort will be contingent on the engagement of communities themselves as part of the process. And we believe that communities need to have a seat at the table, not just today, although we're grateful for the board, how you've welcomed us in, but every day hereafter as we move towards getting safe and affordable drinking water projects into communities. Third, we know that there are going to be particular and unique challenges with domestic well and state small communities. And we recognize that, but we also want to lean into those challenges because those are the communities that have fallen through the cracks the longest, and they've waited long enough for this solution. We also believe that as part of the assessing the needs assessment, sort of other assessment mechanisms that are part of the fund, for us to be as comprehensive as possible with those and be able to be looking at both need and solution sets for other important elements to providing the human right to water, like the stability of water access, drought, climate change, and some of those other important elements. And then finally, and we'll talk about this more tomorrow, but we see such opportunity with the implementation of administrators, and we want to be bold and consider opportunities to utilize administrators to provide multifaceted benefits for communities. So for example, to make sure that these are community accountable administrators, but also to look for opportunities for local workforce development, just to give one of many examples. So we look forward to continued partnership on this. We will be following up with more formal comments along with partners in the coming weeks. But again, are just grateful to be here today and look forward to this exciting work that's in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Now I'd like to call up Mata Guriel with the AWA Coalition.
Buenos días.
Buenos días.
Mi nombre es Marta Curiel. Yo vengo de la comunidad de Woodville como campesina. Nosotros, como miembro de la coalición de agua, tenemos muchas necesidades y residentes comprometidos. Quiero pedirles que nos incluyan en el proceso implementario del fondo. Yo, junto con decenas de residentes, hemos estado viniendo a Sacramento a asegurar que el fondo pasará. Ahora que ya pasó, queremos ser parte de la implementación y ojalá sea rápido. Gracias por escucharme.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Marta Curiel. I come from the community of Woodville. I am a farm worker and an active member of the Water Coalition or the Agua Coalition. And I'm a committed resident that fights for the well-being of everyone. Today, I want to ask you to include us in the implementation process of the fund. I, along with dozens of residents, we have been coming to ensure that the fund passes. Now that it has passed, we want to be part of the implementation, and I hope it's quickly. Thank you for listening to us.
Gracias. Simona Magaña.
Buenos días.
Buenos días.
Mi nombre es Simona Magaña.
Good morning. My name is Simona Magaña.
Vengo de la comunidad de Seville,
I come from the community of Seville,
una pequeña comunidad
a small community
que ha tenido problemas con el agua contaminada.
that has had problems with contaminated water.
En lo personal, he tenido problemas con mi pozo privado
Personally, I have had issues with my private well,
y me he visto en la necesidad de pedir un préstamo
and I was forced to ask for a loan
para tener agua para mí y mi familia.
to ensure to have safe water for me and my family.
Como miembro de la coalición de agua,
Like member of the Agua Coalition,
he luchado para que el derecho del agua limpia se hiciera una ley en el 2012.
I have fought for the human right to water since 2012.
Y he estado muchas veces en Sacramento abogando
I have gone to Sacramento many times advocating
para que pase el fondo.
to ensure that the fund passes.
Ahora que pasó,
Now that it has passed,
estoy interesada en estar involucrada para ver cómo el fondo
now that it has passed, I'm interested to be involved to make sure that the fund
ayudará a familias como la mía,
helps families like mine
que dependemos de pozos privados.
that have domestic wells.
Espero que el proceso implementación incluya a miembros de la comunidad
I hope that the implementation process includes members of that community,
y que el proceso sea rápido y efectivo.
and we hope that the process is quickly and effective.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Josie Nieto.
Morning to all you board members and Madam Chair. I'm real tall, huh? First of all, I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here with you guys today. My name is Josephine Nieto. I also come from Seville, a small community in Tulare County. Have lived there most of my life. I'm a mother, grandmother. I've been fighting for safe water for over a decade now. I was also fought for the rights to good, clean, human right to water in 2012 for the law, and also for SB 200. I would like to thank everybody, and our community and our schools would like the support for clean water for our children, for our grandchildren, for our seniors, and also would want to have a seat on the board. And I would also like to thank everybody and I am also a member of the Coalition Water in Visayas, and there's a lot of things I could add, but most of all, I would like to thank everybody that got us to where we're at now that the law has made a law, and to hope we have water quickly and as soon as possible, the money, the funding. I'd like to thank every one of you, and you all have a good morning. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your work. Next up, we have Dolores Diaz from the community of Cantu Creek.
Buenos días y muchas gracias por su atención. Mi nombre es María Dolores Díaz. Vengo de Cantúa Creek, 55 millas al oeste de Fresno. Es un lugar muy solitario, pero pues allí estamos nosotros. No tenemos parques, no tenemos diversiones para nuestros niños, solamente la escuela donde hay alrededor de 200 niños que son estudiantes muy buenos. Y por eso estoy aquí, para que piensen en nosotros. Tengo más de 50 años viviendo en el área y sin tener agua limpia para tomar. Está muy contaminada y por razones fuera de nuestro poder y pagando alto precio por ella. Estamos agradecidos por el agua de garrafón que nos han prohibido, aunque para algunas familias no alcanza. No es suficiente. Entonces mis compañeros y yo queremos que piensen en nuestras necesidades y repartan esos fondos en una manera adecuada, pensando en nuestros años de abogacía y porque queremos un mejor porvenir para nuestros hijos, nuestros nietos, y que personas como nosotros, mis compañeros y yo, de la tercera edad, no suframos tanto. Estamos muy agradecidos por su atención. Muchas gracias.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for having me here. My name is Dolores Diaz, and I'm here from Cantua Creek. And it is a place that is 55 miles west of Fresno, and it is a very isolated place where we have no parks, no recreational activities. All we have is one school where we have more than 200 students, and all of them are doing their best. And that is why I'm here today, for you to think of us. I have been living in the area for over 50 years without having clean water to drink. The water is highly polluted, and it is polluted due to reasons beyond our control. And we have to pay a high price for that contaminated water. We are grateful for having received bottled water as a provisional measure, although what we are provided with is not enough for some of the families. And that's why we want you to think about our needs and make sure that the funds are allocated equitably, thinking about our community and our years of advocacy and the fact that we want a better life for our children and our grandchildren, and that my community and people like me who are elderly to not have to suffer so much. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
Gracias. Next up, we have Mahendra Misra from Water Health International, who will be followed by Tim Worley from the California-Nevada section of AWWA.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mahendra Mishra, and I represent the company Water Health International. Just a brief background about Water Health International. We are a California-based company, but we have been involved in providing decentralized water solution to communities overseas, primarily in Asia and Africa. And so realizing that there are problems and issues with water quality over here within California, so we want to bring that learning and experience over here also. And so one of the things that, one of the things that I'd like to point out is that the theme is very common, that there are small communities that the water has been compromised, and it's been going on for quite some time. And so what we would like what we are excited about is that the state is putting in more money for helping the communities out. And I think what I would like to point out is that the solution should be focused on something that is more cost-effective, efficient, and fast. And so what it means is that the decentralized systems should be considered as part of the solution, because I don't think, or we don't believe, that the bottled water it may be a good temporary relief, but it's not the most cost-effective solution. And so I think we have to consider decentralized system. And with the long-term goal of consolidating the community with the bigger utility, but then we have to consider a decentralized system that can be, that is modular, packaged, containerized, that can be brought in immediately and operationalized within 24 to 48 hours, help the community out while we're thinking about the longer-term solutions for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Worley, who will be followed by Brandon Dawson from Sierra Club, who will be followed by Leslie Martinez from the Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Esquivel. Thank you all, board members, for your leadership on this issue. I'm Tim Worley. I'm the Executive Director of the California-Nevada section of the American Waterworks Association. We represent, similar to Aqua, about 450 utilities. All of those utilities are drinking water systems. They range from small, under 1,000 connections, to the very largest. And we also represent many in the service provider community, including some of the local engineering consulting firms that often provide the technical assistance for implementing, creating and implementing solutions. The American Waterworks Association had as its original purpose providing or finding the scientific and technical solutions to provide safe drinking water clear back in 1881, and here in California since 1920. Those ideals continue for us. We have honestly found it a little bit challenging to figure out how we fit into the solution, but I want to support the board on embarking on this bold step to resolve some of this, what seemed for so long to be an intractable problem. At the same time, we want to remind you all that by focusing on this problem, we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that so much of our state does enjoy safe, affordable drinking water, and we want to keep in mind that by focusing on the problem, we don't want to send the public message that everyone's water is unsafe to drink, just as a quick reminder there. But I just really wanted to support the action today and also vow our support to find the ways that we can be a part of the solution through technical assistance, training, or whatever ways we can. Again, we do represent many of those local engineering companies that can provide part of the solution. We've also partnered with Engineers Without Borders USA, as well as the Association or American Society of Civil Engineers, to form the Community Engineering Corps with the purpose of bringing a nonprofit technical assistance and the knowledge that our organizations represent to these very problems. So in whatever way we can, we'd like to be of assistance. Thank you.
Thank you for being great collaborators and looking forward to making sure we continue to maximize those opportunities. Thank you, Mr. Worley. Next up, we have Brandon Dawson from the Sierra Club, who will be followed by Leslie Martinez from the Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. Brandon Dawson, Policy Council for Sierra Club, California. I'm here today representing our hundreds of thousands of members across the state, many of whom who don't have clean drinking water. While we're excited about, as the board ventures into implementing SB 200 and the goal of safe and affordable drinking water for all Californians, we want to make sure that we emphasize that the resources allocated throughout this venture should be used for purposes that effectuate and remedy operations and maintenance concerns and other potential funding that have no potential funding mechanisms available, as well as subsidizing innovative green technologies that will aid Californians in need. With that being said, we also don't believe that those responsible for polluting the water should have access to these funds as a means of absolving themselves from their historic and ongoing pollution, especially given that some of these entities now seek reprieve from pollution standards and other programs such as CV salts. That being said, we understand that there are communities that rely on both the economic activity that these entities provide and the water that they also provide. And so we want to work with the board in identifying these communities and better assisting these communities and providing clean drinking water for them, and getting the resources necessary to be able to clean up the water, as well as holding these public entities accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Leslie Martinez from the Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, followed by Michael Claiborne from the Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, and our last speaker will be Jennifer Clary from Clean Water Action.
Hi, good morning. My name is Leslie Martinez. I'm a policy advocate with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. I actually get to work directly with Doña Lola here, who's here today, and it's an honor to work alongside her. I commend the board for your leadership on the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund, but I also do want to highlight that this issue does come from historic disinvestment that we've seen throughout the San Joaquin Valley and other places in California. While communities have been fighting for this for over 10 years, making trips to Sacramento, putting days off of work so they could be here to let their legislators know how important this issue is. I also think it's important to know that while they were in Sacramento, but private wells were being tested for 123 TCP. There was nitrates in their water. In Cantua Creek, actually all the water fountains at the schools have trash bags over them, so children do not drink the water. So I do want to show how urgent this issue is, specifically for a lot of the folks that I share almost every week with. That's why I'm really asking for urgency. I'm asking for communities in disadvantaged areas be at the forefront of this issue, that are at the table every single step of the way, that we are engaging with communities, that we are engaging with the local CBOs that have had lasting relationships. It is hard to earn trust in these communities. It's hard to be an outsider in these communities. We have earned that trust by working alongside, being there for the wins, and also being there for the losses. I also really want to point out that in Fairmead, where I know a few of you will be there next week, there's wells that are going dry there right now. There are people who need solutions today. They needed them yesterday. They needed them 10 years ago, if we're being completely honest. And I know that we can work, all of us can work together to ensure that we get this done. But again, I just really want to ensure that we are prioritizing those disadvantaged communities that really need solutions, ensuring that folks have access to water, access to clean drinking water, ensuring that families that are more than 4 people in their home get enough water where they can cook and they don't have to go and ask their neighbors for a cup of water so they can make a cup of coffee in the morning. I think that's unacceptable in this state that we're in today. So I thank you for all the work you do. I look forward to working with all of you. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your time. Next, we have Michael Claiborne from Leadership Council for Justice Accountability. And again, last will be, and if you are expecting to speak or would like to speak on this item before we vote, please do make sure you get Janine Townsend a blue card, but otherwise Jennifer Clary from Clean Water Action will be our last speaker.
Good morning. My name is Michael Claiborne. I'm an attorney with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, and I've never been happier to support an agenda item on the State Board's agenda. And I'd also like to echo prior commenters in thanking the board for its support for SB 200 throughout the last several years of advocacy. I'll also just highlight a few comments that were made previously that I think really need to be highlighted. One is that the board should, in implementing SB 200, prioritize solutions for disadvantaged communities and low-income households that have struggled with water contamination for years and sometimes decades. We'd ask that the board act with a sense of urgency in implementing this funding and addressing drinking water problems. And a prior comment was made about thinking creatively. I think that's definitely going to be required in spending this money in a way that makes sense. And then briefly, I guess I'd mention the communities we're working with that now are working on drinking water solutions, many of which have identified solutions, are close to being able to address problems, but need that extra funding or extra push to get the projects done. Places like Cantua Creek, Tuleyville, Fairmead, Three Palms Mobile Home Park. It's a really long list, as you know, as well as I do. And I think I'd turn really quickly just to put on my Tuleyville Mutual. I'm counsel for Tuleyville Mutual in negotiations with the city of Exeter for a consolidation project. That's a negotiation that now has gone on for more than 10 years. It's a really, really long process, far too long. I think we're at a turning point. I hope. We just had a good meeting in the city of Exeter yesterday. The city of Exeter will be asking for some support from the board in terms of addressing some of their drinking water issues. They have low water pressure. They're not meeting standards for pressure right now. And some of their wells aren't producing as well as they should be recently. So they're going to be looking for production and storage capacity, and we'd ask for the board's support in coming up with a package that works for the city of Exeter and addresses the urgent problem in Tuleville. And then I just close with expressing absolute interest and excitement about working with the board on implementing this funding and addressing drinking water problems. Thank you.
Thank you.
I get to go last. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jennifer Clary, Water Program Manager of Clean Water Action. This is really exciting. Totally support this. I was hired at Clean Water Action in 2003 to track Prop 50 implementation and started working on drinking water SRF then and started on clean water SRF in about 2009. So what I'm really interested in is how you're going to change the infrastructure of the Division of Financial Assistance, particularly the Office of Sustainable Water Solutions, to make the transition. So you have Division of Drinking Water, who's on its 6th director since I started, and how you're going to take the regulatory agency and the sort of infrastructure bank that has a grant piece to it and make it into a service provider. And I don't think you have that infrastructure yet, but you've got this year before the needs assessment is done to figure that out. And I think one thing I'd like to start with is a little more transparency, and you can read all my letters going back to see. And I think one thing we were trying to understand is what's going on out there, who's ready right now, who's back in the pipeline. So I'm assuming that one thing we're going to get out of this is a pipeline, because now that you have 11 years of funding, we can start thinking about not just what we're going to do this year, but what we're going to do 3 years out and 5 years out. So that's what I really look forward to seeing, and I'm sure that we'll be at this board again for a lot more detail. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your leadership all these years, and I'm glad to hear you're in support. It was up in the air, I'm sure. With that, if there is no further public comment, Janine? Any other thoughts or comments from fellow board members?
Yes.
Board Member Firestone?
Thank you. So really appreciate all the comments, and I also want to say I'm going to have to leave before many of the panels and hopefully come back and catch some of it, but also just appreciate all the panelists that will be speaking more today. I wanted to highlight a few things that I heard both from staff and from public speakers. One is that we need to accelerate outcomes. That is a explicit goal of this program. And I think as we heard from many of the speakers today, both that have gone for far too long without safe drinking water and that have been working with communities without safe drinking water, that we absolutely need to accelerate outcomes. I agree we need to have bold goals and continue to really push. I think that the goals we have set forward for year one are realistic. I think we should aim to exceed them. We have a long pipeline, as was shown both by the slides today that show we have hundreds of communities that are already receiving technical assistance, that are already receiving interim solutions and planning funding. So we need to make sure that we're accelerating and utilizing that the funding that we have from all of our sources to show results quickly. That said, I think we also heard, and I know that this is important to staff as well, that we ensure that the funding that the state is providing is done with adequate community engagement to ensure that communities are helping to inform solutions that will really work for that community, that will truly address community needs. and that will be sustainable. I think nobody wants to only see Band-Aids and wants to make sure that, as was said, the standards that we're setting for new systems are what we're also looking to for our current systems to meet. I also heard from staff, and I've seen from staff really goals and actions to build up the Office of Sustainable Water Solutions, as Jennifer Clary pointed out. That's an office that I think there is immense opportunity to continue to build, and I know staff is looking at prioritizing that as a key component. A few things I wanted to highlight as opportunities for the many partners that are in this room and that are in communities to think about how you can be part of these solutions and what we need from each of you. One is staffing. We're hiring a lot of people. We will be hiring people in the future. There's a wide variety of different types of positions in Division of Financial Assistance, Office of Sustainable Water Solutions, community engagement and public participation, engineering and oversight, so data, all kinds of wide array of hiring opportunities. Also, a number of grant agreements and RFP options for community assistance providers and community-based organizations, engineering and consulting firms, private, public agencies, all to apply to be part of the various types of assistance programs needed to support communities and help develop solutions, also interim solutions. And administrators, we're just starting this. We're going to talk a lot more tomorrow, but we don't have a pipeline of administrators because we haven't had it before. We really only have one in the state, and so we really are looking to each of you to help us develop administrators that can be effective and accountable and transparent with the communities that they're serving. Our advisory board that many of you mentioned is one that I just wanted to continue to emphasize. We will be looking to all of you to help us develop this and advise us as we go through. And then just within each of your communities, being part of the decision-making that's going on about what solutions do work. Is it affordable? Is it providing the amount of water that families need in your community in a way that is accessible to seniors or other folks that live in your community? Volunteering to serve on boards, learning new workforce skills, and I think is something we're really looking at investing as workforce development to help more folks be certified operators, bookkeepers, and all the different pieces that are necessary for solutions. So that's a long list, but I think there's probably many more, but just really appreciate the many partners that are going to be necessary to make this happen and the many partners that have gotten us where we are today. And one of Tullyville in particular, I just have to say, is a community, it was one of the very first communities that I worked with when I started over 15 years ago. One of the biggest frustrations of my life is that your community still doesn't have access to safe and affordable drinking water on an ongoing basis. That's just one example, but I just think we as a state, that's a real failure for us as a state, and I am excited that we have the opportunity to change that. Thank you.
Thank you, board member. Any comments from the other board members? Well, we certainly have a lot of work over the next year. We'll continue on this discussion in a moment when we have our panels come up, and we'll start to really dig into interim solutions and long-term solutions. When it comes to this item, though, I would entertain a motion. And so just so folks know, we'll vote on this item. We'll go ahead and take an early lunch, not more than an hour, and then we'll come back and dive into the panels and begin to really dig into, again, the interim solution panels, the long-term discussion, and that will be me opening back up item number 3. So just procedurally, that's what will be happening there. And with that, I will entertain a motion.
I'll move.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And the motion carries. Congratulations, everyone. Thank you so much, everyone. And we will take then an hour break for lunch and say come back at 12:40. And actually, we'll say 40 minutes for lunch, and we're going to bring everyone back at 12:30. How's that? So 50, that is, for lunch. Thanks, everyone. Okay, everyone, it's 12:32, so I think we'd like to now start. So if you can please take your seats, be appreciated. Board Member Firestone had meetings that she has to attend, so unfortunately she won't be joining us for these panels here, but we're really excited to have you all joining us today and looking forward to today's two panel discussions. So what we're doing now, excuse me, is opening up back item number 3, which was an informational item on the Safe and Affordable Fund. And what we now have are two panels. Our first panel will cover interim solutions, and would like the members of the panel to please introduce themselves. Oh, I'm sorry, and there's a green button or there's a push button, and it helps with the mic. Thanks.
Ari Newman, Director of Community and Environmental Services at Rural Community Assistance Corporation, or RCAC.
Sergio Carranza, Executive Director of Pueblo Unido Community Development Corporation, representing the Eastern Coachella Valley.
Miranda Fram, Program Chief for the USGS part of the State Water Board's Groundwater Ambient Monitoring and Assessment Program Priority Basin Project.
Hello, my name is Heather Lucas, and I'm the Director of Community Solutions for Community Water Center.
Hello, my name is Lucy Hernandez, and I'm from the community of West Goshen and Tulare County.
Great, thank you. And do we know if Ms. Sandoval will be joining us, or Max? Yeah, maybe best to look at you for that.
She's coming, so.
Okay, I don't want to, we'll go ahead and start, and okay. Fantastic. Well, thank you all for joining us today, and looking forward to your insights and thoughts.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you, board members, for inviting us to speak here today. RCAC is a nonprofit technical assistance provider serving the 13 Western states, headquartered in West Sacramento. You know, as mentioned earlier and came up a couple times this morning, we strongly believe that the best intervention is one that happens before a system falls out of compliance, and believe that proactive, regular technical assistance to those systems that are serving disadvantaged communities can help with that. If necessary, though, interim solutions like point of use treatment, point of entry treatment can really help meet immediate needs in communities that do fall out of compliance. Beginning about 7 or 8 years ago, actually, we started a project in Arvin, California, outside of Bakersfield, to address arsenic compliance in the schools in the town, because we recognized that the town's long-term solution was a long way off, and we partnered with the California Endowment to provide an interim solution to treat the water at point of use. Originally, we were focused on the schools, but one of the biggest lessons we learned out of that project is that schools alone aren't enough. Libraries, community centers, senior centers, parks really are other crucial places where people are accessing water. And so we'd urge you, as you think about what interim solutions to utilize the Safe and Affordable Fund for, thinking beyond, I know the State Board has a Drinking Water for Schools program. We're an active participant in that, serving close to 60 school districts at the moment. But I think the broader community approach, ensuring that people have access at other places in the community where they're likely to go, is an important consideration as well. I want to speak just briefly to some of the challenges we've encountered, things to think about as we're talking about implementing what can really be a great solution and a low-cost solution for a lot of these communities facing immediate drinking water challenges. A couple of them that have come up, one is the speed of contracting and payment. When there are immediate needs, it's really important that the money is able to flow quickly, and that communities are able to get reimbursed quickly so that they can pay their contractors and not have to run into cash flow issues as they're waiting on reimbursement. A second is consistency among regulators. There's been some that really embrace point of use, some that are more resistant to it, and certainly working in 13 states, we see some states have embraced it, some states are really opposed to it. California is actually much more toward the embracing end of that spectrum. But certainly the individual regulators sometimes have different concerns about point of use treatment, and that can make it challenging to do something statewide.
Do you know, I'm sorry to interrupt, do you know of any states that are particularly doing interim solutions well. So these point of use or point of entry sort of solutions, doing a better job of sort of structuring it within their response generally, I guess, is what I'm asking.
Yeah, Arizona's deployed quite a few point of use solutions. It hasn't been without bumps, but they've certainly embraced it a lot. And frankly, California's near the top of that list too of the 13 states we're in. And as far as not only in schools, but also at the household level, embracing some of the point of use. One of the concerns, I guess the other challenge that was next on my list here is, the operation and maintenance, and particularly filter changeouts and things like that on point of use treatment, especially if it's in a household. I think, who pays for that O&M is a big question, especially if there's a low-income tenant in a house that they don't own. Is it the landlord's responsibility? Is it the tenant's responsibility? Is it a local utility? And also, physically maintaining it, changing out the filter, but then also sampling the water quality to make sure that the new filter's working. And we've seen with a lot of the schools we've worked with, they tend to hire, say, the janitorial staff to do the sampling. And we've had to do a lot of training to train those janitors on how to properly sample to make sure that we're getting good results from those samples. So, I think, as I stated earlier, interim solutions like point of use and point of entry treatment are a great solution in a lot of cases, and certainly low cost. For the 600,000 gallons of water we've treated in point of use in Arvin, we estimate tens of thousands of dollars worth of savings over bottled water distribution to students in the school district over the 3+ years those have been operating. And so we really think it's a cost-effective solution that can address some immediate challenges. But we look forward to working with the board and with the staff at the board to address some of the challenges we've encountered so far.
Thank you. Really appreciate that. Particularly your experiences in other states. Always interested in learning maybe how other communities or states have better found how to have that fit. Particularly and that's a good point that you brought up, the operation and maintenance needs of even point of use and point of entry filtration devices. How better to ensure we maybe have a master contract so that you take care of and or build into the solution, the needs for that maintenance. And so appreciate that insight.
Yeah, and I'll just add that, one of the great partners we've had in Arvin is actually the Arvin Community Services District, the local utility. They've been really good about helping with the change out of the filters and water sampling, and really having that local partner who's there has been really successful.
Do you find in your experience that point of entry is easier to maintain just in terms of just the access points and not having to deal with, someone being home and sort of putting it on a standard maintenance contract?
Sure, it can be. The only challenge there is you actually have to change out more often because you're running more water through the system, including in some cases irrigation water and other uses that wouldn't necessarily need that level of filtration.
What about the potential for larger scale package systems that can serve more of the community? As you mentioned, that would be a better benefit overall. Do you have much experience with that?
Not directly. I mean, we've certainly worked with engineering firms who have package plant type solutions, and that can be successful if the community conditions warrant. The one size fits all approach doesn't always work. Even just the geography from the Sierras is completely different than, in the Central Valley. So tailoring the approach to the needs of the community, I think it's an option in some cases, but it's probably not going to work everywhere.
Thank you. And I think that's actually a great segue to Sergio Carranza and the work that he has done at Pueblo Unido in the Coachella Valley, which I'll let you introduce yourself and talk further, but I know that you've been involved in a project that is sort of a package treatment plant for, if you will, a small community of mobile homes in the eastern Coachella Valley. But so there are, I think, some examples, to the board member's question of some of places where that is actually occurring and being successful. So.
First of all, I would like to thank you for the opportunity that you have provided all of us to come and share the experiences that we have in the rural communities. I started the work and doing research on potential water filtration system back in 2007, because the problem of arsenic and fluoride in the Eastern Coachella Valley has been probably a decade old. So in 2007 is when we actually make the decisions to do that. It was until 2012 through the RWIMP initiative under the Department of Water Resources that we obtained the first grant to initiate what we call the a short-term arsenic treatment program. And with that program, we were able to install over 180 reverse osmosis filtration units under the sink at different Polanco parks. But I want just to make a little parenthesis. The Eastern Coachella Valley is very, very unique because we have the largest concentration of small mobile home parks that are regulated under the Employee Housing Act. And we coined the term Polanco Parks after Senator Richard Polanco was the one who introduced that legislation back in the 1990s. So one of the things that we find out at Pueblo Unido is that people have been struggling with water as many other areas in the rural, California. So we came out with an alternative and say, well, why don't we explore the technology? And that's the beauty of the United States. We have the technology. It's already in the works. It's already actually creating results. So we proposed the installation of those units, and it was very successful. They had been in operation since 2012 because we knew that trying to get a consolidation will take longer. So we wanted just to have a fast solution to alleviate and to actually provide reliable drinking water to the community. One important thing is this, that those reverse osmosis filtrations produces only for drinking water 15 gallons per day. But we also have developed two additional models, which is a point of entry using also a reverse osmosis filtration system that is producing around 1,500 gallons a day. But also, we have utilized coagulation and filtration systems, which is another incredible opportunity because the operation is not as complex as any other type of filtration system. We have great results, but again, one of the issues is the maintenance and operations. So we need to have funding to continue actually operating those systems. We do have a critical component embedded into this program, and that is that we started this program with doing a lot of community outreach, organizing, and leadership development. So to train families to understand what are the impact of arsenic and fluoride on their health, how to understand and monitoring the water through the sampling that we normally do, because we have a circuit rider type of program, monitoring program in place already. When we have somebody who is actually randomly picking sampling of all these mobile home parks to make sure that definitely the system is performing. But we do have developed also a schedule of maintenance where we replace the membranes every year. And the system also has an additional sediment filter that is changed every 2 years. So we notify the families, and it's time for the replacement. We coordinate. We have a very strong relationship with the families. So we do this yearly. So it's already a program that is in place. But what is important also is just to have ongoing training and education. Again, we have Chairman Esquivel was in one of the center, which is the headquarters of the mobile home park community, where we do have ongoing trainings. Every month we meet with the community and we discuss any issues related to water contamination and how to efficiently monitor the performance of those systems. But the other key component is to have an established mechanism or a structure where it involves the local governments. We work really close with the Riverside County Environmental Health Department, where they actually get access and share copies of the results of the samples that is being collected. So the families definitely need to actually submit once a year the sampling of those systems, and those systems are actually shared to the County of Riverside. We also have a really good system in place where we actually go through the permitting process to make sure that the county is aware that we are actually installing those on a specific participating, mobile home park. So once again, one of the things that we discover is this: the ideal scenario is consolidation, no question about it. And we do have already like 3 projects that are in consolidation. But we also learned that those will take between 7 to 10 years, realistically. That's the nature of those projects. The community is all in support, but in the meantime, we have to develop and to mobilize other strategies, which is the point of views, and we call it decentralized. I know that this workshop mentioned the word interim solution. It is an interim solution, but in reality, it's an interim solution to stay, because we don't know how long it's going to take to actually get that. And there is only one important thing as well. Many families are located in a very remote location that consolidation is just simply not feasible. That's the reality. So what are we going to do about those families? We cannot leave them behind. So we actually have to offer these opportunities for them. And that's why having an established program with a lot of specialty, with a lot of expertise and coordination with both the local government and the communities, and as a partnership with the water boards, it offers the best opportunity to respond quickly to those issues. And I just wanted us to finish saying that the things that we need to work is how can we actually improve the mechanism to approve grants for this type of projects. That's what the key will be. Do we want to actually simplify a process where we don't need to have a planning process that involves the financial, the environmental, the general and other requirements, so that we can go directly to construction to that? Because as a matter of fact, the mobile home parks, the Polanco parks, are exempt from CEQAs. It's regulated by the State Department of Housing and Community Development. How can we align those legislation with the water boards to actually expedite the process so we can put those investments quickly to work in those communities? Thank you very much.
That was really interesting. Thank you. Thank you for your leadership. I have a couple of questions just to put it in better context. So could you just take an example of one of the mobile home parks, about how many units and how long it took you to get everyone outfitted? And then if you could also speak to cost, both in terms of the systems themselves and then the annual cost to change out the filter.
So we just finished St. Anthony Mobile Home Park. It's a 72 units mobile home park. So we got a grant through a private foundation. And to place the order, it took us probably, as soon as we got the grant, we placed the order, and the manufacturer, which is Nimbus, this corporation was the only one who was actually willing to step up to provide this kind of a filtration systems. They are certified. They are NSF 42, and they delivered the system within 30 days. They were actually delivered. So the installation started, but of course, after we do the installation, we have to go through a pilot program phase, it takes about 3 months. So we were doing every week, we were actually testing one unit at one location, and those results were provided to the Riverside County Environmental Health Department. When the pilot program finished and we have a non-detect and all the samplings, then the county say, go ahead and proceed with the installation of all the systems. So the installation of the system, we have an ongoing on-site technician. We installed the system probably in 45 days. We're complete. We have a really great communication with the family, and some decided not to connect because we need to respect everyone's decisions, right? But the cost of the units is about $300. And to replace the membrane is only about $85 a year. Do the math versus buying bottled water. And also the sediment filter is only about $25 every 2 years. those prices occurs with taxes, right? Plus taxes. The installation of those units, you want to use to kind of rate based on the staff salaries and stuff. It's probably going to be in the neighborhood of $75 to $80 per unit, and of course you have to have the program itself that we have been absorbing to maintain and to monitor those units. But that's the best approach that we have found, and the quickness for installing those is being very remarkable.
Any other questions from fellow board members? Thank you very much. Ms. Fram?
I'd like to use the slides if that's possible. Thank you for the opportunity to speak as part of this panel. My name again is Miranda Fram, and I'm the program chief for the USGS component of the State Water Board's Groundwater Ambient Monitoring and Assessment Program Priority Basin Project. The role of the USGS is to provide reliable data and scientific information to the public so that well-informed decisions can be made about management of water resources. So with that in mind, even though I'm in the panel on interim solutions, I'm not going to be presenting any interim solutions. Instead, I'm going to be talking about the scientific basis for how we decide what and where the drinking water quality problems are that should be addressed in any program that's looking to provide safe and affordable drinking water. So recent analysis of census and water use data indicate that between 1.5 and 2 million Californians rely on individual domestic wells for their drinking water. And this is shown on this map on the slide. Much attention has been focused on the Tulare Basin and the Salinas Valley, but as this map shows, domestic well use is statewide. So the Gamma Priority Basin Project is systematically assessing water quality and other aspects of vulnerability of groundwater used for domestic and small system supplies. So thus far, we've examined 11 areas of the state and have found a great variety of water quality issues. Constituents such as nitrate, uranium, arsenic, TDS, manganese, iron are found at concentrations above regulatory and non-regulatory thresholds in many areas of the state. Other contaminants, such as fluoride that Sergio was just talking about, are of concern in some areas but not in others. In order to design effective strategies for addressing these water quality issues, whether it be providing people with alternative water supplies, consolidating systems, remediating contaminated aquifers, or making policy changes to reduce the input of contaminants, it's important to understand why these contaminants are present in the domestic wells in the places that they're present. There are 3 factors to consider that I'll briefly introduce to you. First is distribution of sources of contaminants. You've all heard a lot about nitrate over the years, so I'll give 2 different examples. On the right is data for 123 TCP. The red dots are detections above the MCL. Most of the dots are in areas with current or past orchard land use, including areas like the Inland Empire that are not currently very agricultural right now. 123 TCP was present in fumigants that were used in this particular land use primarily before the early 1980s. So sometimes when you're looking at water quality issues, you have to consider both the present and the past land uses. On the left is chromium-6. The colored map that goes from the blue to the red shows the chromium-6 content of soils and indicates presence of a potential natural source of chromium-6. On the map with the dots on it, they're red dots, which you might not be able to see, but take my word for it. They're detections above the former MCL, and most of the detections are in areas with high Chrom-6 in soils. However, there are many areas with high Chrome-6 in soils, like a lot of the northern part of the state, that don't have high Chrome-6 in groundwater. So that brings me to the second factor that's important to consider. It isn't enough just to have a source of contaminants. You also have to have hydrologic and geochemical conditions that are right for that contaminant to be soluble in the water and for it not to degrade. So here are two examples from the San Joaquin Valley. On the right is arsenic. Arsenic is ubiquitous in the sediments, but most wells with arsenic over the MCL are in the center part of the valley. Because of the specific type of sediments and the location in the groundwater flow system, groundwater in the center of the valley is much more likely to be anoxic, that is no oxygen in it, and to have high pH. The box plot there shows the concentrations of arsenic in wells that have various conditions of anoxic or oxic and high or low pH. And as you can see, it is indeed the ones with anoxic and high pH that are most likely to be above the MCL. So solubility of contaminants can also be affected by human activity. In the case of arsenic, it was a natural thing, but in the case of uranium, there's human activity involved. So like arsenic, uranium is naturally present on the sediments in the San Joaquin Valley, but not all groundwater has high uranium. The plot on the left is a plot of uranium concentrations versus bicarbonate concentrations. Bicarbonate is not a contaminant, it's a major ion in water. What you can see is that there's a strong correlation between uranium and bicarbonate. And it turns out that uranium is much more soluble in water that has high bicarbonate. In the San Joaquin Valley, this high bicarbonate water tends to be young, and I'll explain what that is in a minute, in shallow wells and in areas where there's a lot of irrigation. It turns out that the bicarbonate comes from plant roots. So it's an unintended byproduct of irrigation and agriculture that we've now changed the composition of groundwater recharge in such a way that we've created a contamination problem, that the uranium that's naturally there is now soluble. So this is an example of a case where just by using water and by our land use practices, we've ended up with a water quality problem that we really wouldn't have predicted. So just presence of a contaminant source and favorable conditions for solubility are not in themselves enough to predict where the contaminant's going to occur in domestic wells, which brings me to the third factor to consider, which is groundwater age. And this plot is busy. I'll walk through it one step at a time. Groundwater age refers to the amount of time it takes water to go from the land surface to percolate down through the aquifer and get to where the well is. The cartoon on the left shows that groundwater tapped by wells ranges from years to decades to centuries to even millennia old as you go down deep into the aquifer system. Domestic wells tend to be shallower than public supply wells, but still they're tapping water that can be decades old. The graph in the center of the slide shows the distribution of groundwater age in a well. So the big peak that's there between about 10 and 40 years shows that most of the water in that well is 10 to 40 years older, and there's some water that's a lot older. Once you have this kind of information, you can use it to do things like predict how long it will take a contaminant to move from the surface to the well, and how long it will take to see the effect of a change in land use practices at the surface. So the last plot on here, the top curve is the composition of recharge water. So on this plot, 1940 through 2020, the nitrate concentration in the recharge water keeps going up. And then in this scenario, suddenly in 2020, there's a change in practices and the nitrate concentration goes down. The bottom curves on there are the concentration of nitrate in the well. So even though the land use practice in this scenario changes in the year 2020, the nitrate concentration in the well keeps going up and doesn't reach a peak for another decade after that because of the time lag it takes for water to get to the well. And then it takes many decades after that for the nitrate to be cleared out of the system. So this is really important information for designing strategies and policies for safe and affordable drinking water. So in this case, simply stopping the contamination is not going to fix the problem for the people drinking the water. There are other policies that are going to have to be put in place. So with only 10 minutes, I only scratched the surface of the kinds of things, data and information that the Gamma Priority Basin Project can hopefully bring to bear in support of decision-making for safe drinking water programs. So I thank you for your attention, and please contact me or reach out to our website if you have questions that can't be answered today.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ram. Any thoughts or comments from fellow board members? You know, certainly the complexity of the challenges we face, particularly when we talk about multiple contaminants, the complexity of the geochemistry and hydrology that we find in our basins and what that means then for communities. I think we're fortunate to continue to have access to tools now and we know now more than we have before. I think the real trick is how do we turn that data and that information into then the right management decisions that put us on the right path and really allow us to account for the complexity of the systems that we have now, but also the complexity of the systems that we'll have in 10 and 20 and 30 years, and really start to have that sort of lead time in our thinking and planning for our communities, and particularly on the drinking water side. So it's an exciting time and really appreciate your contributions. So thank you. And with that then, we'll hand it over to our next panelist, Ms. Lucy Hernandez.
Yes. Good afternoon. I thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here. My name is Lucy Hernandez. I'm a mother, a grandmother who has been fighting for safe and affordable drinking water for more than a decade. I am also a resident of West Goshen, an unincorporated community in Tulare County. In 2012, my family and I helped pass the Human Right to Water Bill AB 685 into a law. Last month successfully helped pass the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. I am an active member of AGUA Coalition. AGUA is a regional grassroots coalition of impact communities, residents like me and allies dedicated to secure and safe, clean and affordable drinking water for the Central Valley residents. Today I'm here to share my story and journey of securing safe drinking water for my community. West Goshen did not have access to safe drinking water for at least 4 years due to ongoing nitrate and bacteria contamination. During this time, you have no idea how much it hurt me to have to tell my children not to drink a lot of water bottle because it was gonna run out of water bottle. And that's very painful. We still had to pay a water bill. On top of that, we still had to purchase our water bottle. So we had to tell our children not to drink a lot of water. And that is not okay. To make matters worse, West Goshen wells began failing in early 2012. The main well collapsed, forcing the district to switch to a backup well with nitrates and bacteria contamination. Then soon after, the backup well also collapsed. Thanks to Community Water Center and self-help enterprises, we were able to access resources to qualify to receive bottled water through a grant from the state through Proper Station 84, making West Goshen the first community to receive water bottle. I served my community as the president for the Mutual Water Company from 2008 to 2018 until we were able to connect with the nearest Cal water system, which serves the city of Visalia, which costs approximately $3.2 million. Our struggle didn't end there. Shortly after, we were notified that our new water source was contaminated with 123 TCP. Now I was concerned having to shower my family in this water. This finally was solved in 2018 with completion of treatment facility to comply with the new regulation. I share my story to ensure that you understand the importance of having interim solutions available when families like mine cannot drink from our taps. But we should work along long-term solutions so that we ensure that communities have access to safe and affordable drinking water from our taps. I also would like to share that while my community was able to receive interim support and connect to a long-term solution, there are currently more than 25 homes on private wells around my community, along with many others that should also be given the same opportunity. I look forward to working with you on the fund implementation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Lucy. Hello, my name is Heather Lucas, and I'm from the Community Water Center, and we thank you for this opportunity. Interim solutions are important, yet temporary by definition, and it's an important step, in our view, in the implementation of the Human Right to Water law. And we believe that how we implement is just as, if not more important than what solutions we implement. And I think our core message of our comments is we really need to work with impacted residents, like Lucy and others, to have the best solution possible. And it's really the people that will make these solutions sustainable in the long term. Now, Community Water Center has extensive experience working with community residents to access and implement interim solutions for drinking water here in California, including the Point of Use project mentioned earlier. We worked on the community side with RCAC and Arvin, also other projects in Kern and Tulare counties. We also worked on emergency water delivery during the drought in East Porterville and more recently in North Monterey County due to high levels of contamination. In my comments today, I'll briefly share a community-based approach to implementing the emergency water in North Monterey County, which is the photo on the right. Deliveries just started a couple weeks ago. And we'll then discuss our recommendations and propose a framework to evaluate interim solutions based on water safety, affordability, accessibility, and adequacy. And I put the human right to water up there for you to see. So just briefly, our approach in North Monterey County, we really started organizing in an area with known contamination based upon the county, Monterey County data, and also census data, so that we knew this area had drinking water issues and was low income. And we really started community organizing by first understanding community knowledge and connecting community members to a free private well testing program that's offered through the Central Coast Regional Water Board. And this was an excellent program which helped us identify that there are very high levels of nitrate and also 123 TCP and total dissolved solids in this area. We have been having monthly community meetings since last December where we talk with community members and we collectively discuss the well results as well as solution options. This led to the formation of a committee for safe and affordable drinking water, which is pictured here. We worked with this committee to determine the best interim solution option. In this case, it was delivered bottled water. And we advocated together for a local community service district to apply for and administer a state water board emergency grant. And this approach, I just want to highlight that it strategically connects local residents who have contaminated water to a potential long-term service provider. And the community service district is actually coming to our community meeting this Friday, and they're going to discuss updates on the bottled water program. They're going to respond to community questions about a nearby drinking water solution. And this leads us to our recommendations, and they'll be quick. Number one, in every step of the process, we need to work with impacted residents to have the best possible solution. Number two, we really think that we need to connect the interim solutions to long-term solutions at the onset and also the long-term solution providers. And we're going to talk more about this, but we think interim solutions need to really be evaluated based upon the human right to water and what's listed there. And above all, we want to prioritize public health. And so I'm going to highlight a few things about interim solutions to consider. And so when we talk about safe water, we really want interim solutions that are going to guarantee safe water. And I think there is a potential risk that we might do something really quick, but that will come at the cost of water safety. And we don't want to make that compromise here. We have some concerns that household treatment systems have the potential to create a false sense of security for residents. They may not be effective for treatment of very high levels of contaminants or multiple contaminants that exist in some places of the state. And they may place an unintended burden on tenants. Now, our experience shows that achieving safe water is much more difficult than simply installing point-of-use treatment. And you'll hear about some of the things that Monterey County is doing to make sure that once installed, these systems operate well. But we've observed in some cases that the devices stop working, and residents don't know or they aren't warned. And so one suggestion is to find or design devices that have automatic shutoffs if the water isn't safe. In areas where water quality data is not known, we really think that we need to test first before we install treatment. And so I think this analysis of water is going to be very critical, and not only for nitrate, but also other constituents and factors that could cause treatment systems to fail. But again, I think this community conversation about the contaminants and about how to limit exposure might be the most important of all. Now, briefly on affordability, when we think about the affordability of interim solutions, it's not only about the cost of the hardware or replacement parts, it's also about the opportunity cost of an impacted resident's time. And we need to make sure that we include that. I think cost estimates should include a professional service and not place that burden on local residents. And in the case of point of entry, you mentioned earlier this idea of a master contract. I'm not sure if this is what you were getting at, but I do think someone who would install, maintain, monitor, and properly dispose of waste is going to be very important in this. And our direct experience shows that leaks happen, monitoring devices sometimes stop working, and that some residents are not able to maintain on their own. They have busy work schedules and lives and limited plumbing experience and sometimes physical limitations. Now, in terms of accessibility, I think the main point here is this should be a conversation about how we want to evaluate technologies or interim solutions. But there's a conversation internationally about what constitutes access. Is it, a tap inside someone's house? Is it a tap in the yard? Is it a tap in the community? Is it within a kilometer? And I would just like to say that I hope that today in California in 2019, that we don't have to have that debate, that we can define access as within someone's home. But I want to put that out there for discussion. And lastly, in terms of adequacy or sufficiency, I think we want to suggest that we consider the route of exposure and sort of the public health risk for each contaminant. So one example in northern Monterey County where we're working, we're now exploring point of entry treatment for 123 TCP because of potential exposure in the shower. So we have the bottled water for nitrate, but in some places we might have to come up with a combination in order to limit exposure. And so I just want to sort of circle back and highlight that overall our recommendations is just to work with impacted residents at every step along the way. That's how we're going to find the best solutions. And we really want to orient and prioritize public health. And with that, in summary, I just want to say we really look forward to further collaboration with the board to turn the promise of the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund into a reality for every Californian. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lucas. Ms. Sandoval? Thank you. It's coming up here in a moment. Oh, sorry. Yeah, the mic. Yeah.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Good to see you.
Great.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I am Cheryl Sandoval, and I supervise the drinking water program for Monterey County. I also have a couple of my coworkers here if there's any questions later on. Roger Van Horn, he also, he's the co-supervisor in the drinking water program, and he focuses more on wells. I focus on water systems. And then we have our assistant director here, Rick Encarnacion, for environmental health. And just thank you for the opportunity to come today. I think my goal today is just to let you know what information that we have and the concerns that we see as the regulator for these water systems and the help that we see that is needed. So in Monterey County, we are, I think, one of the few counties that regulate down to 2 connections. And so we do have a lot of information on these really small systems. And of the known systems out there, we know that there are some that haven't come to our attention. We have 981 systems that we regulate from 2 to 14 connections. Of these, almost a quarter of them are out of compliance, and that's just with the main contaminants in our county that are nitrate and arsenic. And you can see with nitrate, there's 16%, arsenic 8%, and then we have some other compounds such as fluoride and cadmium. Chromium is not currently regulated, but of the information that we had, we have 165 systems that are 10 or over. And then not mentioned up here, and we don't have a lot of information yet, but we suspect that there is a lot of TCP in a portion of our county, just based on information from public water systems. And for the public water systems, we are the LPA, so we regulate systems with less than 200 connections. We have 276 systems right now. And of those, we still have 19 systems that are over on nitrate and 6 with arsenic, and then 18 that'll be back out of compliance if the hexchrome is passed at 10. And then again with TCP, we have a few community water systems and then several greenhouses that have TCP. So, and we also have some fluoride, but it's only one, so I didn't mention that one. In Monterey County, we have a really varying topography and just a lot of different areas there. In the north part of the county, the colored areas are the small water systems, and it doesn't really look like much when you look at this map, but you can see it's really dark in the north part of the county, and that's where the majority of our systems are. They're really dense. And they're still, I mean, they're 1 acre, 5 acre lots, so consolidation is a little harder, but there's still just a lot of people that are close together. And then as you get down the Salinas Valley, there's a lot of people there too, and then the Big Sur Coast, and there's just a lot of different areas. And so we have contamination in different parts of the county depending on the geology. So the role as the Environmental Health Bureau is we are the regulator of the water systems. And so we do collect water quality data. For the smaller systems, we sample ourselves. The larger public water systems, they do their own sampling. And we compile all of this information, and we have distributed it to a lot of organizations that have asked, such as Heather's group. And then there's Ag Stewardship that is providing bottled water to systems affected by fertilizers and the ag community. The Regional Water Quality Control Board has asked for information. So we do have a lot of agencies and groups that are asking for, one, who is contaminated, and then contact information about how to get a hold of them. So we've tried to provide this information to at least match up who needs help with those that could potentially help them. And we also, although we don't have an ongoing regulation program for any new well that's drilled in Monterey County that's domestic, we do require initial water quality monitoring. And so we at least let them know if their water is contaminated when it's first drilled. The compliance challenges that we see with working with these small water systems is just trying to make sure that everybody on the system is aware we have a single contact person, and they're not always good about distributing the information to the other users. Some people don't really understand. They might not come from a water background, and so they're just not familiar. They maybe lived in a city and you turned on the tap and everything was great. So just trying to get them to understand that, no, this is a well, and you can't assume that it's good. Lack of funding, just trying to make sure that people have money, and I know that's one of the big goals today is to match up funding, so we're really happy to see this opportunity. A lot of the systems we deal with are homeowners. They don't have somebody that's hired to come out and help them. They bought a house in the semi-country, and suddenly they have a well and they're in charge of it, and they know absolutely nothing about water. And so just trying to get them to understand what needs to get done. And a lot of these systems don't have any formal water agreements. It was a handshake when the houses were built, and maybe their neighbor doesn't help them out, and they have to take them to court to even try and get the neighbor to pay for any sort of repairs. And so it's been really tough for them. A lot of times neighbors don't get along. We've had systems where everybody wants to comply but one person, and we know we've heard about police having to be brought out, and so there's a lot of neighbor disputes out there, and the water issues don't help. In a lot of these areas, there's just no systems nearby, or maybe they're not that far away, but a mile pipeline is really expensive, so a mile is still pretty far away when it comes to consolidation. Communication challenges, whether maybe not everybody speaks the same language, or just knowledge about water and getting a hold of people. I mean, a lot of these are absentee owners, and it's the tenants that are there. And we have people who buy and sell homes all the time, and there's so many times that we try and contact the water system and the number's disconnected. And so then we have to try and figure out, how do we even get a hold of this person, and end up having to drive out there to the site. So just trying to maintain active phone numbers or emails for people is very challenging. And then distrust. People don't trust the government. They want to know, what's going to happen. They don't want to admit that they have problems, because then it goes on their record. It can affect their housing value, or they just simply are concerned that something else is going to happen to them if they're brought to a government's attention. So those are a lot of the issues that we deal with trying to just get people to try and get safe water. Some of the needs that we see that can help is public meetings. And so the meetings that have happened that Heather has done, and just similar meetings, I think are really good to make people know what options are out there, and just to make them a part of the solution. So we're not telling them what needs to get done, that they can let us know what help that they need. Obviously funding, and that's coming, so it's great. And then somebody out there to be able to implement all of these improvements. My particular department doesn't have the capacity to actually implement the solutions. We're the regulator, we're not the implementer, and so we need to see other people out there that can take this money and meet with everybody and actually get solutions in place, because just giving money to people isn't going to help. They need somebody there to hold their hand so they can get safe water for long-term solutions or even the interim solutions. And then just more infrastructure overall. I mean, we do have very dense systems in North Monterey County, and it would be great to see some big wells and pipelines go in to connect systems. There's like 400 or 500 systems within a small area of Monterey County. A lot of potential for major consolidation projects. And that's all I have.
Thank you. That was a great contribution, and thank you to all the panel members. I think certainly when it comes to where interim solutions or immediate solutions, and I think it is helpful not to think of necessarily the time frame, because to Mr. Carranza's point, an interim solution that is there for 10 or 15 years is less interim and is a significant amount of time. But the key is going to be to ensure that we're coordinating these longer term regional solutions with these more immediate and interim solutions, so that the terms of contract are known, and really so that these are choices that our communities are making for themselves, and for themselves are able to see and help plan out again how we distribute our resources, both on the long-term needs, which is that's what we really want to drive toward, the long-term sustainability of these systems, but also recognize that that can take a little more time than people should have to wait. And so finding where the interim or immediate solutions best fit, how to best fund them, and accomplish everything I think that we're trying to set out for ourselves here goal-wise is going to be really challenging, but we know that we're not here to do it alone, and really appreciate, again, the comments and insights that you provided on interim solutions and discussions. Do I have any other questions from board members or thoughts that they'd like to share? Then with that, thank you. We appreciate it, and we'll call up our second panel now. Thank you again.
So our second panel is geared then toward those more longer-term sustainable solutions that we've talked about. And so would appreciate everyone coming up. We'll give a moment for folks to switch out. So thank you. Great. I think we're pretty much assembled. I'll check in with staff. I think we have a couple more folks. Okay. All right. While we wait, let's go ahead and kind of start introducing yourselves on the panel. Jennifer, Ms. Clary. Well,
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Clary. I'm the Water Program Manager for Clean Water Action.
Shirley Martinez from Monterey Park Track.
Good afternoon. My name is Castro Estrada. I'm the Vice President for the Coachella Valley Water District, a public water agency.
Good afternoon. My name is John Benoit. I'm the LAFCO Executive Officer for Lake County.
I think you're, yeah. Thank you.
Tara Henry, Senior Scientist with Corona Environmental Consulting.
Fantastic. We really appreciate you all joining us today. And I think we'll start off today's panel with you, Tara. Tara, sorry.
Great. Well, thanks so much for giving us the opportunity to present this exciting research. This was funded by the Water Foundation. And what I'm going to talk about today is an assessment we did for the cost of water system mergers in California. This is a very high-level project. It's not delving into the details of water systems yet. It was kind of a big data scrape of what's publicly available. So all the errors that are in, boundary layers and whatnot, haven't been fixed. So there's a lot more work that needs to be done in general on this particular topic. And I think the statewide needs assessment will get into those kinds of details, but this is a really interesting first look at the data. So the key questions that we wanted to address are what proportion of small systems could potentially be merged with larger systems that are currently providing safe water to their customers? And what is the range of expected one-time capital costs to do that? So sometimes people refer to this as physical consolidation or merger. In this case, we're just going to call it merger to simplify the language. So the project approach was to determine pipeline distance between systems, and I'm going to get into the details a little bit in a few slides here, and then estimate the merger costs. The summary of the findings were that about 30 to 45% of small systems could be consolidated with a larger system that's nearby and in compliance. So I think the really important takeaway from that is it's only 30 to 45%. So this is an important tool in the toolbox, but it's not going to solve all of our problems. There's still going to be a need for probably regionalization, for things like consolidation by managerial methods. So maybe they're not physically consolidated, but there's an operator operating several small systems to bring that technical, managerial, and financial capacity that they're really lacking right now. And then there may just be some systems that are really too far away from anything, and they're just going to need treatment. So the funds that have come or will be coming from Senate Bill 200 will be key to getting all of this done.
And just for clarification, is this just a one-to-one connection that you looked at?
So I'll show the map, and I think it will help you understand how it looks. So we looked at three major different scenarios. The first one was looking at just small systems currently in violation. So these are the systems listed on the Human Right to Water list. So the joining system size was a population of less than 3,300, and the receiving system size was greater than 3,300 and in compliance. So the cost range for just those systems that are currently on the Human Right to Water list are between $140 million to $211 million. So that's, not an insignificant amount of money. But really, that doesn't help us predict the systems that are going to go out of compliance tomorrow. So the other thing we wanted to do is bound the universe here a little bit. So we looked at all small water systems, like how much would it cost if you just took all those small water systems with population less than 3,300 and merged those in, and then all the very small water systems, which have a population of less than 500. It's important to note that we didn't have the locational information for state smalls at this point, so those are not included in this. So a lot of those that Cheryl pointed out, we don't have the locational data in most places for those yet. But we'll, I think in the statewide water assessment, that'll be really important in the needs assessment. So we included pipeline costs and other costs that can reasonably be expected to be needed in these systems to bring them up to industry standards, so another system would be willing to take them. So when we get into the all small water system scenarios and the all very small water system scenarios, we're into the billions of dollars. So 3.31 billion to 5.47 billion for the all small water systems, and the very smalls, which is still a huge number of systems. I'll show you in graphs in just a moment. That would be 2.88 billion to about 3.55 billion. So it's quite a bit of money. So I was going to stop here, but I think I have time, so I'm just going to show you some of the technical details. The methodology we used was using a graphical information system map analysis, and we forced the program to go along roadways, so it's not as the crow flies, the pipes would be laid along the road. And the assumption that we did was that mergers greater than 3 miles of pipeline would not be feasible economically. That's a cutoff the state's been using pretty frequently, so we felt that was a good first cutoff here. So this is just an interesting some statistics about water systems in California. What you can see here on the two axes, along the bottom we have the different system sizes, very large, large, medium, small, and very small. And then we have the number of systems, which is shown in orangish, and the turquoise is the population served. So on the very large side, we have 89 water systems serving to 26.5 million people, and those are usually systems that are in compliance. And then on the very small side, the opposite end of the spectrum, we have about 6,000 systems only serving 0.7 million people. So that kind of gives you a feel for where the issues are. The issues are on these very small and small systems. And right now, as I mentioned, there are 1,320 state smalls that were not included in this because we didn't have the locational information. We also don't have the private well locational information. That's another area of need, which serves approximately 1.2 million. I think the USGS had more of a bigger range around that number. So that would be a great thing to include in future needs analysis when we have more detailed information in the state. So these are the population cutoffs I mentioned, and the receiving systems are serving compliant water. The receiving systems in this case were all bigger than 3,300 customers. You could argue that's still a pretty small system. Maybe you would want to change that cutoff. And we did include DACs, which are economically disadvantaged communities, and SDACs at this point of analysis. In reality, I'm not sure that severely economically disadvantaged systems really have the capacity to take on other struggling systems, but we didn't have a list to differentiate those two at this point, so that's another area of need. So just to give you a little information on the number of systems in each of these scenarios, the first scenario I showed you the cost for was the small systems in violation. There were about 285 systems listed on the website for the Human Right to Water at the time we pulled the data. 182 of those are too far for mergers, and 103 were close enough within that 3-mile radius. And then you can see how it kind of propagates there through the small water systems and the very small water systems. This is a map of the Bakersfield area, and I picked this because I used to work for Cal Water, so I'm pretty familiar with these particular systems. So there's City of Bakersfield that serves here, there's Cal Water North Garden and Cal Water Bakersfield system, and then there's also Vaughan. So the big systems are shown in blue, and the small systems that could be merged potentially are shown in pink, and then the pipeline is shown in a purplish color there. So you can see how the map has, how the mapping program, we've forced it to go along the roadways for those mergers. And you can see, actually, if you look carefully, there are pink dots already within the boundaries of those systems. And we called those intersecting systems. So actually, it's quite interesting to see how many of those there are. It seems like a really easy first place to get started. It's already in your boundary. So I thought this was kind of a helpful illustration. And then this is kind of what it looks like on the statewide basis, zoomed out. The colors are the same. The receiving systems are shown in the bluish color there. And some interesting things I want you to notice are there are a lot of clusters of pink systems out there that didn't have any nearby receiving systems. So one future analysis that could be looked at is to look at, is there a way to either physically or managerially consolidate those little pink dots that are close to each other? So that wasn't evaluated in this at this point. So that's something we can consider in the future. Okay, so important notes, as I mentioned, this is a first step towards understanding the viability and potential costs. We used a lot of assumptions to get here, and a lot of refinements really needed. Additional data needs to really refine this type of analysis, and a lot of local planning will have to go into this. And I just want to point out that a lot of the limitations to system mergers are not technical. Okay, I can solve lots of technical problems. The people problems are often more challenging here. We have a lot of personality issues or historical conflict issues. And so really we need to think about how we can overcome those issues, because that could really be more challenging to deal with. So one last major point and takeaway here is that systems that are only a quarter of a mile away or so are actually very cost effective to merge. This is just the pipeline cost I'm showing here in purple. We used a lot of other costs in addition to this, but just to illustrate my point, you can merge 38 systems. The pipeline cost is about $4.7 million versus when you get to 2 to 3 miles away, it's only 25 systems, and we're at a cost of $71.7 million. So, we might want to think about that. Is 3 miles really the right boundary, or does it depend? Do we need to look at it more on a case-by-case basis? So that's everything. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I keep being reminded how exciting a time we are at when we're able to be doing this sort of analysis and have this level of discussion around the future of California systems and how best we're going to be meeting the many challenges they face currently, let alone into the future. So really appreciate the great work and first blush at this analysis, and look forward to further iterations as people continue to, one, gather better data, but to contribute to this body of knowledge that includes studies I know like the UC Davis study that continues to try to quantify what the opportunities are here. So thank you so much. Would like to now invite Ms. Clary to go next on the panel, I think, at least according to my little sheet
Shirley's
here.
going to go first. And we have
Okay.
a PowerPoint, the Monterey Park
fair.
track one. Thanks.
Great.
Just give us a second.
Well then, thank you, Ms. Martinez. It should be up here in a moment.
I'm Shirley Martinez from Monterey Park Track. I'm also a director on the Water Board for the last 5 years. I would like to thank you for inviting us to talk about our community and our water. The first residents...
Sorry about that. Yeah, a little closer.
Better?
Thank you. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Well, the first residents from Monterey Park Track had their own personal wells. But in the 80s, the water district was formed, and they built 2 community wells. And off the wells, I'm nervous. Okay. They capped off the personal wells and charged $15 a month for clean, affordable water. I moved to Monterey Park Tract in 2002, and the talk was that they were going to raise the price to $17.50 a month. But they also tested the 2 wells, and they found the results. The water had become undrinkable with nitrates, magnesium, and arsenic. Shortly after, the rates went up to $35 a month. We started looking for solutions, new wells, water treatment, and water delivery. At that time, there was 48 connections. A lot of the residents are retired and are on fixed income, and they also have a lot of families with children. So our water had to be safe and affordable. Our rates jumped to $67 a month. And remember, this does not cover sewage or the garbage company. This is just for water that we cannot drink. As each option was tested and rolled out, options was thought of to connect to another water company that had good and safe water. After a long debate, a water supplier agreed to be our suppliers of safe water. We built a 5-mile pipeline, a water station with a huge tank, and from a grant that we received from the state of California. Our supplier had its own demands, no more than 55 connections, and we paid 150% of what their other customers are paying. So now our water bills are like $78.65 for operations and maintenance, plus there's a $5.76 charge per 1,000 gallons we use. Our water bills are bigger than our electricity bills. So our community has grown to 55 connections, and we still have space for other people to build homes out there, but our supplier says no, we're at our max. This year, our supplier found out that they have 123 TCP in their water. They're selling us at outrageous prices. So here we are again, unable to drink our water, the water that is not affordable and not safe. Monterey Park Tract Community Service District has long sought solutions to attain safe and affordable drinking water. With our current situation, the cost Monterey Park Tract cannot sustain itself. What we are seeking is a safe and affordable drinking water fund to provide an opportunity for the state to help the district address the high operation and maintenance cost and to find a creative solution to affordability so we can stay in our homes, so we can stay in our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm Jennifer Clary with Clean Water Action. Just a profile of Monterey Park Tract. They have a median household income of $30,000. Their average water bill is $148 a month, and it's going to go up to $160 a month the first of the year. And if you take a look at their budget, a third of their budget goes to Ceres, and because of the agreement that they signed, the contract that they signed, and the Ceres ordinance that says out of service deliveries will be billed at 150% of the residential rates. Whoops. So what would we recommend for a sustainable solution? We funded a lot of communities that have this problem. It's one of the reasons why we want the fund is because we work hard to find solutions and then communities are bankrupted. So right now we have a service extension that's 5 miles longer than has been recommended. Monterey Park Tract is paying twice for their water. They're paying all their water bills, they're servicing their customers, and then they're servicing the city of Ceres as well. So it's not like a standard wholesale agreement where you pay for the cost of treating and maintaining the water to your turnout. They're paying a portion of the cost of their distribution system and everything, all the customer service, which is not appropriate. And the 150% seems inappropriate considering that their income level is 60% higher than the Monterey Park Tract. So something to think about is how can we develop these relationships with the receiving community so that they don't gouge small, low-income systems. But also, even without that, you're still going to have high rates. So we should think about funding some of the professional contracts like the operator, like the lab costs. That would save some money. Something that would be really a bigger savings even for other systems would be solar, installing solar energy where it's possible. You guys pay about $5,000 a year, I think, in energy costs, $5,500, I think it was. So you could reduce that significantly. So I think it's not one solution, it's several solutions. And what I would really urge is that you not forget folks that you thought you'd fixed because they're not really settled yet. And if we really want sustainable, this is a really good example of a community that has been working hard for 30 years for a sustainable solution and still hasn't figured it out. And something else I wanted to mention, it's really difficult to maintain a capital reserve fund when you're trying to raise water rates. So community says you have $30,000 and you're not allowed to touch it because you need that community reserve. So I'd love us to think about creating like a capital reserves pool that these small systems could pay a small amount into, $1 or $2 a connection every month. So you could have so they could actually draw from that when they need it, but not have to have these bump up their water bills by $10 or $15 a month to establish a reserve and then not be able to touch that money when they need it for high rates. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to move on to our next panelist, Mr. Benoit.
Thank you. My name is John Benoit, and I wanted to discuss local agency formation commissions with you and a recent reorganization we did in Lake County. And what I want to do is take a couple of minutes and explain what the Local Agency Formation Commission is. Not very many people in California do know what a LAFCO is, and LAFCOs have been around for over 50 years. They were created in 1963 as a result of proliferation of limited purpose special districts throughout California. And what we do is we oversee, on behalf of the legislature, the creation of new agencies, boundary changes, district services, extensions of services outside boundaries, and authorize new and different services to various districts, like a community services district, for example. We do not oversee mutual water companies, joint power authorities, private water systems, and utilities. And what the legislature did in 1963 is created some lofty goals for us. And we are around to promote orderly growth and development, discourage urban sprawl, preserve open space and prime agricultural lands, provide efficient extension of government services, and that's an important one. And there are several other factors that get added into the legislature almost annually that LAFCO is to look at, and one of them is adequate water. And that's an important one. Back in 2000, the legislature gave us the authority to do service reviews of all districts that are subject to our jurisdiction throughout California, and to update their areas, or what we call spheres of influence. It's a legal term that's in the LAFCO code. And with these spheres, we try to identify the probable growth boundary of various agencies. Well, moving on, the commission, what we do is we look at a logical progression of boundaries, adequate service agency capacity, need for services. Oops, I didn't change that. Thank you. The need for services, fiscal issues, impacts upon other agencies. That's a big one when we especially consider fire departments, for example. Compliance with the statute and policy, public comments, the consistency with the appropriate general plan, be it a city or a county general plan. Moving on to the Cobb Area County Water District reorganization. This was a reorganization of various private water providers, 3 county service areas, and 2 special districts, 2 water districts. And the catalyst for this whole reorganization was the Valley Fire in Lake County. I'm sure you've heard of the fires in the last few years. And these fires really destroyed a lot of the infrastructure. And a lot of it was substandard to begin with. You got to remember, back in the 50s and 60s, a lot of these systems, when they were built, or even further back, they served, they worked. However, with the amount of growth and septic tanks and all of these things that have occurred over the past 50 or 60 years, they became outdated. And of course, funding was lacking because a lot of these communities are disadvantaged. So we looked at, in this area, there were historically many small water systems, and they lacked the economies of scale to maintain infrastructure. and provide the necessary reliability to their customers. Someone, I guess it was you, that had the map of the little dots up there. Well, that's Lake County, and I also am the executive officer in several rural counties, and it's just, there really isn't any difference except the people. Though a lot of the systems are challenged at best. So the purpose of the COB reorganization, which I understand you're going to talk more at length about with staff later, was to realize a new government structure in this fire-ravaged area. And what we did was 9 systems were all consolidated into one. And so the underlying inefficient, outdated agencies, they were eliminated, and they were all combined into one district. In the end, the reorganization benefits the community, and these agencies are stronger being one agency rather than being several agencies. And so what we use the term consolidation. Well, it was more of a reorganization. We didn't merge a couple districts together and create a new agency, which is a true consolidation. What we did was multiple annexations to one stronger agency there. And we concurrently dissolved several other agencies, and we incorporated a lot of the mutual water companies in the area into the Cobb Area County Water District. So that was a good thing. Less agencies, better for everybody involved. What we did was, what we learned is that staff, the commission and LAFCO staff must be prepared to provide effective leadership and guidance. There are public noticing issues, dealing with the public in terms of workshops, getting everyone educated. Of course, safe, reliable, clean water is an easy thing to sell, but there are those that may not agree. However, you know, it is what it is, and that's the overriding purpose of this reorganization. Communication and outreach was essential. The way it was organized is we had a great technical team involving all kinds of water experts, attorneys, whatever, and we were able to bring it to fruition. Adequate funding is necessary to accomplish objectives. If I recall, we received a grant and it was about $400,000. But a lot of it was, let's find out what we're dealing with first. And LAFCOs do need that. First of all, we want to know what the science is behind anything before we do it. There was a law that was passed in 2000 that required us to do the service reviews of districts. Service reviews, they're called MSRs. It's the colloquial term. But and spheres of influence, which is that probable boundary. And so a lot of the technical information is put into these public documents, and they're approved after conclusion of a public hearing. So what we at LAFCO is, one of our goal or roles is to balance competing interests. And in this case, the interests weren't very competing. Everybody wanted good, clean, reliable water. So we are also an independent referee among agencies. We didn't have to deal with that much, where you got 2 agencies. We want to be the service provider, and the other ones, they want to be the service provider. And so we're the referee but between these to determine, okay, which one of you is the best service provider for an area. So one thing that we have to do, and lastly, is that we need to keep all of our processes public. So there's public hearings, public workshops, and so I guess in conclusion, I gave you the thumbnail sketch of what is LAFCO, which is usually about a 2-hour talk. So I did it in about less than 10 minutes.
I have a question. If you could go to slide 3. The second little bullet there, adequate agency service capacity. You indicated that that includes water. Could you discuss that a little bit more? How about water quality? And are you familiar with any cases in which LAFCO, whether it's your agency, your local agency, or any others, that looked at this provision from a very broad perspective, looking at sustainability and the quality of water, even considering how it may change?
What we do is we look at agency service capacity as the ability of the agency to accomplish its mission, which is, in this case, to provide water. I look at it with fire districts or even cemetery districts. What's the capacity of a district to operate? I've got some districts, all the way from healthcare districts down to cemetery districts that do not have adequate service capacity. And that's the problem. And so LAFCO is charged with looking at these districts and in terms of, and water quality is a piece, water availability is a piece, there's financial ability to maintain adequate service. There's this agency service capacity is multifaceted. There's just so many items that are included in determining what the service capacity is, that's one of the key elements when we look at a service review. What's the capacity of the district to provide the service?
And do you feel that the authorities, the existing authorities that you have, provide you with the tools that you need to make those determinations? Or maybe this might be asking you to go off topic a bit. Are there LAFCOs that are not using the existing authorities that they may have?
Notwithstanding politics, one of the issues that I've found is that a lot of times when we get into a service review, we don't have the capacity in terms of money to hire a specialized consultant to get into this so we can determine, say like water quality. We don't have the expertise. What we do is we do service reviews, and we operate a LAFCO on a budget of $100,000, $200,000, $300,000 a year, which is really not adequate to be hiring engineering firms to provide these specific special studies. So we do a service review and we say, well, yeah, we suspect that the water quality here is inadequate. And of course, we talk to county health department or the state or whatever. So that our issue is a lot of time when we do our reviews, we do not hire specialists, and the reason is financial.
Thank you very much. Next panelist, Mr. Estrada.
Good afternoon, Chairman Esquivel and members of the board. Thank you for having us here today. My name is Castul Estrada. In my elected capacity, I serve as the Vice President for the Coachella Valley Water District. In my career, I work as an engineer managing the water authority for the city of Coachella. I'm going to try to cover about 10 years worth of history here, so if I go fast, if I jump from place to place, I apologize, but what I'm going to try to do is essentially just give the story of our involvement with DAX over the last decade, some of the things that we've implemented, the things that we've learned, the process and all of that, where we're at now, next steps, and ultimately lessons learned, and in the hopes that they may be useful in this process moving forward. For some quick overview, the Coachella Valley Water District is a public water agency that provides various services, including domestic water. We have about 110,000 domestic connections. All our water is provided by groundwater. We have over 100 water wells. Everything's groundwater. We're currently in compliance as one of those big water agencies, but I think just to make note that if the Chromium 6 MCL were to come back, I think you just add more agencies on top of the list that you already have. And I think for our region, just the Coachella Valley Water District, we were looking at an expense of about $200 million to address the chromium-6 issue. And again, that's just one agency in the Coachella Valley out of 5 public water agencies. The city of Coachella, it's its own water agency, and they were looking at about $30 million of investment to address the chromium-6 issue. Our area, the Coachella Valley Water District, covers about 1,000 square miles. We're primarily located in the eastern portion of Riverside County. Our region, on one side, you have 120 golf courses, and then a few minutes away, you have over 100 mobile home park disadvantaged communities that really make up about 100, a combination of 100 small water systems, community water systems combined. And that's the area that we've been focused on over the last decade, that we've really studied extensively, and that we've been able to try to figure out what we need to do. So understanding that these are issues that have been around in our region for decades, 40 years, these communities, they're within the primarily this area, and I don't know if it's the same situation in other parts of the state, but where we have the issue is in the unincorporated area of Riverside County. This area of Riverside County, the Coachella Valley, is made up of about 9 cities, but there's not really an issue there. It's really where you have the unincorporated areas where there's a lack of development, a lack of infrastructure, and especially I think when you have the next layer of agriculture in between all of that, it kind of creates this situation that I think you find in a lot of other areas across the state. So this is a problem that we've had for decades, over 50 years probably. So, but we've been very limited in the ways that we can address these DAC issues and their lack of access to clean drinking water. We're not able to use existing ratepayer money, as you're aware, due to Prop 218 to extend service lines, to consolidate these systems. And so we've been seeking grant funding pretty aggressively over the last decade, looking for opportunities for planning purposes, for implementation purposes. And so that's really the story that we've been kind of involved in over the last decade. In 2014, as part of the Integrated Regional Water Management Plan in California, there was an opportunity to participate in what was called the Disadvantaged Community Outreach Demonstration Project Program. And through that process, the state made available funding for regions to start really looking into the needs in their regions as it relates to DACs. How could we get DACs to better participate? I don't know if at that time there was a sense that DACs weren't really benefiting from grants that were out there, and so the state wanted to know, what are the issues? How can we increase DAC participation? How can we make sure that DAC issues are addressed through these various funding sources? So our region participated in that program. I think from my understanding, we were maybe 1 out of 5 regions out of a total of 48 regions across the state that took an opportunity in that. And so when I think about that, that's kind of what begins the story of where we really started setting the framework from that point on, and just incrementally understanding the issues in our region. So one of the suggestions, I think a good recommendation would be that maybe, I think the gentleman that talked about LAFCO said it best, you kind of got to understand what you're dealing with before you come up with some sort of plan. And so there has to be some sort of planning, funding available. I think when I saw the slides regarding the first year kind of priorities, there was some planning funding for that. But at the same time, I think it's important that you create maybe two different paths, so that the folks that have already kind of set that framework moving forward, that have done the planning, also have available to them implementation funds. And so it can't be all just planning funding, right? And so I think maybe there was in there too something about at least connecting 75 or 100 long-term projects. So I think maybe it's indicating that there is some funding for that as well. So going back to the the DAC demonstration project that we were able to participate in. The purpose of that was to identify DAC issues, address DAC issues through project development and support, and provide the Department of Water Resources information, suggestions for improving DAC involvement. So I think maybe that's a good resource to take a look at as to what those findings were. I think it has a lot of useful information about the DAC needs across the state, even if it's only 5 regions. But it's a good model, I think. What we learned from that project was that there's obviously a lot of folks involved, a lot of maybe jurisdictions, and at the same time, you have the people component. And I think Tara said it, right? There's a technical aspect, and then you have the kind of human element to it. And so as you're doing that needs assessment, I think all that comes up to the surface, and you start realizing the complexity of the issue, and you're able to kind of put a program together. One of the things that we learned from that project was that it was very important to have nonprofit involvement. You needed to have community involvement, and the nonprofits played a big role in that. It was essential for our success. We partnered up with Pueblo Unido, who you had Sergio Carranza here. He's from our region. He's been a tremendous help. We've worked with Leadership Council. We've worked with the California Endowment, Pueblo Unido. And so we really, after we put together that program, we realized that collaboration was really, really important. One of the things that has been very critical to us was the partnership with Riverside County. So just to fall back on this is the, so after we did that program back in 2014, and we started understanding the DAC issues, CVWD started taking a more active role, maybe more of a lead role, and trying to consolidate all the interests, consolidate all the participation, making sure that all the components that needed to be involved for projects to be successful could be put together in one place and that everybody could speak. And so we formed this Coachella Valley DAC Task Force in 2016 out of a conversation that we had with a lot of the community members that are representatives of these 100 small water systems, community small water systems. There was a group out there called La Unión de Polancos, and I'm not sure if Sergio spoke about it, but that's a group that's very vocal. They advocate for a lot of their needs, not just water. They have air quality issues, but water was one of them. And so we started meeting with them as an agency and said, hey, well, what are your priorities? What do you want to? How can we be helpful? And so that led to the formation of this task force that's been around since 2016, and we've been meeting on a monthly basis for the past almost 4 years. The mission of this task force is the mission of CVWD Disadvantaged Communities Infrastructure Task Force is to secure access to safe, affordable drinking water, wastewater, and flood control services in historically disadvantaged Coachella Valley regions through strategic planning, funding, procurement, needs assessments, and reporting, all in collaboration with community members and stakeholders. So we started doing that in 2016. Everybody that, it grew from a small group to now where we have the assembly member's office involved, the congressman's office, the supervisor's office, the important departments that regulate maybe permitting through the county, like transportation, land management, building safety. So that's been a big success in our region, and primarily as we relate to this is a quick map of the eastern part of the Coachella Valley, the eastern portion of our service area, and you can see that there's not much infrastructure, and that's really where we have the concentration of our small water systems, our communities' water systems. We've identified about 83 of them, and it's been with the help of the county. They have a lot of the information, so I think it's important that as I'm thinking about what's been successful in our region, it's really been that collaboration primarily between the water agency that needs to take a lead role because they understand where their pipes are at, the extent of the technical aspects to the system that would need to take place in order for the system to be expanded, whether it's additional with additional supply, additional storage, or engineering. So I think even when you heard the county speak, they said, well, that's not really our role. Somebody else needs to take the lead role. And I think that makes sense that it's the water agency that covers that service area that should take a lead role. But one of the things that we've come across is that it does take a tremendous amount of staff time. It takes a tremendous amount of consulting time. The application process is lengthy. And so those are things to think about. So we've identified 83 small water systems that we're focused on right now as part of what's been developed through the task force. That's been one of our success stories. We were able to get a $500,000 planning grant from the State Water Resources Control Board. And through that grant, we created what's called the Eastern Coachella Valley Water Supply Master Plan. So that's led to this planning effort. It's a $500,000 grant. And we prioritized these 83 systems into about 42 projects for consolidation. So one project could consolidate anywhere from 2 to 9 systems. And so what we did is we ranked those 42 projects to consolidate these 83 systems. And the money is going to be used to get them through 30% preliminary engineering, get the CEQA documentation done. And then we're hoping that later on we could get more money to finalize the plans, and then eventually go after implementation money. So we still need a lot of planning money as well, because what we have right now is only getting us to 30% for the first 2. I wanted to just show this quick map here. We were aware that Corona had worked on the study kind of showing, the feasibility of consolidation from 0 to maybe 3 miles. And so what I said to staff was, let's drop circles on existing pipe, put a 3-mile radius, and let's show that all these are within the 3-mile radius. So all these systems are within a 3-mile radius of any point on existing pipe, and we could probably do 2 miles or 1-mile radius, and we would still be able to cover all these systems. This is just part of that study. Again, we ranked the top 2 projects, the top 5 projects, and then there's the other projects. And that kind of just shows the preliminary layout of where we would put in the pipeline to consolidate all these systems. Very, very doable, very achievable. I think the issue here is obviously just the lack of funding. But if we would have the funding, we would be able to move on this very quickly. We are currently working, and then the other thing too is I don't know if I have so right here, we're building a pipeline. We got a loan. We received a loan, about a $20 million loan from a revolving fund. And that was to basically bring water to the Salton City community here, a very low-income community. And at the same time, you have all these systems. Here's the pipe that we're building, $20 million. It's about 35,000 feet of 30-inch diameter pipe. And it's going to connect about 7,400 customers in this area that need to have a better water quality supply. And at the same time, what we're doing is we're putting all these stub outs, understanding that we have plans to consolidate all these small water systems along that area. So, it takes a lot of forward thinking, a lot of planning effort, understanding what's going on in your area. And so it's really important for you to work together with the county. Right now, we're pursuing various SRF applications. We're working on the Thermo Mutual system. It's a community of 38 residential properties. We're going to consolidate that. The Oasis Garden is a 100-foot section of domestic pipe, a little bit of pipe. We're going to connect 160 existing mobile home units. Westside Elementary is a school that serves approximately 500 disadvantaged K-6 students in the community of Thermal, and that's just an extension of about 1,000 feet of pipeline. So that's where we're at. To emphasize, I think collaboration is important, primarily with the county as it relates to state small water systems. I heard that there wasn't a lot of that data, so it's important to work with the county to get that. Some of the challenges have been maybe the rollout of the funding. We've been working on those 3 projects that I just mentioned, maybe for the past 3 years, maybe pushing 4 years, and we haven't gone to the finish line. And so maybe there is a need to relook at the guidelines, the implementation program, what do you need to submit, the regulatory kind of aspect to how these funding get rolled out, so that it doesn't take that long. I think it's been normal to see that from the time you start a planning effort to the time you build something, on average, you're seeing anywhere from 5 to 7 years for something to get done. So I think what we're saying is we're open to working with the board, working with anybody to share what we've done, to have our staff work with anybody, maybe for suggestions. I know that our agency has sent letters to the board making that offer. And so we're looking forward to help in any way possible. We believe that we've been very active in a lot of this, so there might be some good feedback. But that's my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Estrada.
Thank you.
Some comments, Vice Chair?
Yeah, just a couple of general comments. First of all, this assessment is just fantastic. I don't know how many times I asked the question of our staff, and poor Darren, he'd always have to sort of ballpark, what's the low-hanging fruit out there? How many systems are we looking at? And so this is really useful. Thank you for your work on it, and I look forward to hearing more after our staff gets an opportunity to dialogue a little bit more with you on that whole issue of, just how far, do you push that boundary in order to determine what are cost-effective solutions. And then just a couple of comments. I'm just looking at both panels and quickly making a few comments here. I really appreciate the first panel, the point that was made by Mr. Newman about not just looking at schools, but other public places, parks and libraries, and places where the public congregates. So that's something that I'll be wanting to follow up with staff on. And then it just strikes me, this whole discussion about the human element and the frustration at Monterey Park Tract about once they consolidated or once they received service, then getting those notices on 123 TCP. And the human element that Mr. Estrada notes. And then also panel 1, the discussion about bottled water versus point of use, point of entry. And just it's, I think, so important to get information out there about these solutions and what they provide and what they don't provide. And so just getting information out there, we do not have a static system on our MCLs. We're a public health agency. And so this is something that we will always be looking at. And those MCLs may change, or as a result of testing, you may find out later on that if your community's consolidated, that something got worse. And so how do we best communicate that going forward, the vision that you've laid out, but making sure that communities understand that this is not an easy fix, and just taking care of it in one instance doesn't mean that it's going to be that way for all time. And then I think someone earlier mentioned prevention, and this just gets to the point that I was raising about the LAFCO, or the questions that I was asking. We really need to do everything we can to prevent these systems from occurring to begin with. I firmly believe that before you get a permit, you should have to have your water tested. It's just nonsensical that we don't require that in California. And then taking it to the next level when LAFCO is looking at an entire system and whether or not you have those tools. And so this is something that I'd like to follow up with our staff on. I don't know how broad the funding is, but if LAFCO needs additional information or additional tools in order to exercise their existing authorities so that we can prevent these situations from occurring to begin with, just it's money that could be well spent. So thank you for identifying these issues, and I appreciate you all being here today.
Thank you, Vice Chair. We have one public comment card outstanding here, so I'd quickly like to call up Phoebe Seaton from the Leadership Council.
Hi, thanks. Great workshop, great panels. A couple things I just wanted to bring up real quickly. Several people mentioned it, but just really wanted to highlight the importance of incorporating the on-the-ground experience and expertise with a solution. I think Sergio said it well, what works in the Eastern Coachella Valley isn't necessarily going to work in other places, and just how important it is from the very beginning for community members to be involved in all sides, and to make sure that there's kind of funding to do that, and to make sure that I think it was mentioned earlier, but to make sure that there's sufficient money for planning put into the program, which actually brings me to the Eastern Coachella Valley, which one of the things that's been so helpful about the processes in the Eastern Coachella Valley is also really understanding some of the fundamental barriers to safe drinking water, that it's not just pipes all the time, it's not just, and it's sometimes not just politics, there's other really kind of deep-rooted kind of discriminatory impacts that are affecting the ability to get drinking water and wastewater to communities. So just a pitch to think creatively about how to make sure that there's funding to address those fundamental obstacles. I know that there's going to be a lot of kind of hands in the trough trying to make sure that this money is going to important projects, but just want to put a pitch in for that as well. And finally, the kind of discussion on LAFCO, really appreciate that, and kind of highlighting how complex a lot of this stuff is. But I think, again, another pitch that so much of what we're dealing with is these historic kind of issues of discrimination and land use and exclusion. And there's sometimes the prospective look of like what makes sense going forward. It's really important to take into consideration that we're kind of undoing a century or more of exclusion and discrimination. So sometimes kind of, if you look at a math problem, what makes the most sense in terms of like this land use decision wouldn't be the best decision. Right now, I think it's really important to kind of factor in that many of the communities we're talking about have been excluded in the past. Finally, on the interim, just there's, I know, a host of solutions and a host of ways to address the different and obstacles in different communities. Want to make sure that, I think that kiosks has come up a few times in solutions over the past year or so, and while there can be a part of the solution, a kiosk on their own is never going to really solve the in-home drinking water needs of communities.
Thank you very much for your comments. It seems we had one last card now as well. Jacqueline Lundquist from Water Health International.
Mr. Board Chair, Madam Vice Chair, thank you so much for having me here today. And to everybody assembled, to the extraordinary staff, to the local community members, not-for-profits, all the agencies that are represented here today. As my colleague Mahendra Mishra pointed out earlier, we are a California-based company that have been doing work in India and Africa successfully now for 15 years, providing affordable, sustainable, scalable drinking water solutions. And I just want to say on record that I would love to work with everybody in this room as we navigate our way through California. We've worked in really complicated communities. We've worked in massive cities like New Delhi, with populations of 16 million people. We work in schools, health clinics, hospitals. We work in railway stations, bus depots. I mean, we figured out solutions for so many of these drinking water problems, and we would love to work with you. So let me know if I can be helpful to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Really appreciate the two panels. You know, as we had said at the onset of today, this is really the start of the discussion around how we will be prioritizing and looking at the Safe and Affordable Fund and its dollars in the context of our capital dollars that we already have, of our ongoing work and all the lessons that we've been able to learn. And I think that what I continue to hear, and I know to be true, is that our success is going to be really built upon the leadership at the local level and of people really being empowered, again, to continue to express that leadership and become part of conversations that historically they may have not been part of. And certainly we haven't done ourselves any favors in the state of California in how we manage our water resources and just the sort of Byzantine, Rube Goldberg-like complexity that we have. But it is going to be based off of local leadership and aligning those state and, those local government structures at the county level, at the city level, and continuing to see alignment all the way up through the state and the feds as well,
to really start to see the outcomes that we want to see in our communities and these watersheds. And again, it's going to have to take policy alignment and funding alignment and a continued discussion and collaboration that just proud to be able to be part of here in the state, and really appreciate everyone's contributions thus far, and looking forward to how we're all going to better articulate what the resources are on our side at the state board, insofar as the funding, the programs, how they come together, and how they actually make completed projects. And also, if that weren't enough, making sure that we balance the interim and immediate needs with those long-term solutions as well, knowing that the pots of dollars that we have are incredibly limited. And as we heard from the Corona study or other studies that continue to come out, the real need is a lot more than what we have on the table. But certainly, this is a moment to celebrate the fact that we have these new resources. And again, just really appreciate everyone taking the time on the two panels to continue to provide feedback. We're not done yet, and we still have 2 additional informational items, but that will cap off me opening back up item number 3, and we will now move on to item 6, and really appreciate again this discussion so far today, and the 2 items we have left that will continue to flesh out how we all pursue as a state these pretty incredible challenges we have on the drinking water side. So thank you.
Thank you.
So staff can now come up for informational item number 6, which is on achieving the human right to water in California. And Secretary Blumenfeld previewed this earlier today. It's an exciting tool that has been years in the making, really, in a collaboration between us and the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment in developing an assessment tool and report. So if we can switch over to the panel, and hopefully, you know what? Actually, now that I think about it, we're going to take a 15-minute bio break. So let's come back at 2:45.
I almost said that. Good.
Okay, everyone, I think we'll continue on now. What's always bittersweet about interrupting these breaks is the amount of incredible discussions I know are going on out there. It's part of the work, so I appreciate it. Now we'll move on to item number 6, Achieving the Human Right to Water in California, an assessment of the state's community water systems. And this is a report and tool that's been developed by the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment, along with collaboration, obviously, from the board, and really excited about this work. So thank you for being here to present.
Great, thank you for this opportunity to share about a report which I'm pleased to announce we've actually released today. So there's more information that I'll share on that later. But just as quick background, as we've been hearing today, the safety, accessibility, and affordability of drinking water has created challenges across the state, including small water systems being impacted by a variety of contaminants like nitrate and arsenic, systems with aging infrastructure and unaffordable water rates. And in light of these challenges, in 2012, AB 685 was passed to meet these challenges and set aspirational goals. And in light of the human right to water and these challenges, the State Water Resources Control Board enlisted the expertise of OEHA to develop a framework and analytical methodology to assess the degree to which the state's water systems are providing safe, accessible, and affordable drinking water. The goal of my presentation today is to give an overview of OEHA's assessment report and data tool. There's 2 parts to this report and data tool. So the first is the draft assessment report called Achieving the Human Right to Water in California. And the report consists of an assessment of community water systems across the 3 main components of the human right to water: water quality, water accessibility, and water affordability. We describe the methodology that we use to conduct this assessment, and then the report has draft results that highlight key baseline results, which would allow for an assessment of how things change over time in the state. The second part of our tool is an actual interactive web data tool, which allows users to look at the results at a system level across the state and look at specific outcomes for these systems. So to give an overview of what's in the report, we start with a framework that's drawing on the language from AB 685, and we have 3 main components: water quality, water accessibility, and water affordability. And for these 3 components, we have a total of 13 indicators that help characterize community water systems across the state. So this accounts for about 90% of the population. Of course, there are other users and types of systems to include, but our first phase is to look at community water systems. The time period of the study is from 2008 to 2016, with the idea that we can update this over time and look at trends over time, and it's a statewide application. So I'll now walk through the 3 components that we describe in the report. So the first is water quality, and there's 2 subcomponents that we look at. One is exposure and one is compliance. So for exposure, we develop 4 indicators, starting with annual average contamination levels of delivered water quality. And we use that information to create 4 indicators. The first is, are systems facing potential high exposure? Is there presence of acute contaminants? And how long has the potential high exposure lasted? So this is important, not just is there high exposure, but how long have systems been dealing with high exposure? And then the last indicator is data availability. So do we actually have data to estimate the problem? The second subcomponent of our water quality piece is looking at compliance. So here we look at how many MCL violations are occurring at the water system level, and we turn this information into 3 indicators. One is the degree of non-compliance with primary drinking water standards. Are any of these MCL violations for acute contaminants, given that these have particular health effects in the short term? And then thirdly, what's the duration of this non-compliance? The second component that we look at is water accessibility. So there's a broad set of factors that we could look at for accessibility. Using the data that was available to begin with for phase one, we have two subcomponents. So the first is physical vulnerability. Here we have one indicator that we're quantifying, which is how vulnerable are water systems to water outages. And the second subcomponent is institutional vulnerability. So thinking about not just what are the physical things that impact water systems, but what are the institutional factors as well. So we have two proposed indicators: institutional constraints, which is an assessment of both size and the economic resources available to the community. And then secondly, what types of managerial constraints do systems have? And here we look in particular at monitoring and reporting violations and how that could be an indicator of managerial constraints. So we recognize that there are many other elements to capturing water accessibility, and with time we would be developing additional indicators to add to these categories. Water affordability is the third component. And here we start with a basic kind of conventional affordability ratio, which looks at what's the monthly water bill in a water system for 600 cubic feet of water relative to a particular income level in the system. The 600 cubic feet of water is both aligns with how the data is collected by the Water Board in the electronic annual report, but it also matches fairly closely with the basic needs level for California residents. So we take this ratio and then we can compare it to multiple affordability ratios. We don't ascribe one particular ratio as affordable or unaffordable, but we're able to see the range of what systems are facing. And we have three indicators here. The first is the affordability ratio at the median household income level. This is traditionally what's been used when we talk about affordability ratios. This looks at for 50% of the population in the water system, how do the rates look? But there are critiques of this as the sole indicator. So we've also expanded to include two additional indicators. One is what's the affordability ratio for people that are living at the poverty level? And the third is what's the affordability ratio for people that are living in deep poverty? These last two indicators are important because they really get at the most economically vulnerable households in a water system and how affordability is impacting those households. In addition to just the ratio, we also consider what's the proportion of households within a system that are facing these various ratios. An important note here on affordability is that we have about 60% of systems, of community water systems, that are missing data. And so it will be an important effort to actually fill those gaps. And the report talks about both, what are we able to see given the current data, and how might we fill gaps, and how might trends change once we fill those gaps. So uses of the report and data tool, we envision a variety of uses and of users. Just as a few examples, the report can help answer questions such as how long have elevated drinking water levels lasted. So on the right is a map that is featured in the report where each circle is a water system, and the darker the color on the water system, sort of the poorer the outcome or the greater challenge that system might face. So in the case of how long has high potential exposure lasted, those systems with a lower score or those systems that are darker on the map are the ones that have repeated exposure problems. We could ask the same question for non-compliance or any of our other indicators. Another use of the report is that we can also look both within each component and say, okay, for given system A versus system C, how do systems compare on various indicators of water quality? But you can also look across components to say which are the water systems that are facing water quality challenges and have an affordability challenge, or which systems have great water quality, but they have an affordability challenge. So we walk through examples of how we can look across components with the results. I'll give a quick kind of overview of the platform, and then we were going to give a brief demo of what it looks like. And this, since I mentioned we've released the report and the web tool today, people can actually go online and play with it themselves. But just as an overview, the use for the web platform is twofold. We envision both members of the public being able to use it and having internal uses both within a WEHA, across state agencies, at the Water Board, et cetera. This is a draft web version, so we'll be workshopping the results, getting input, but the idea is that you can both look at the overall component, so overall, how is the system doing with regards to water quality, and how is it doing, with particular indicators, so you can look at different levels of results. I will transition briefly while we pull up the web tool. Great. So my colleague Walker.
Is there a simplified website that folks can go to pull up the tool?
I have the final slide has a link to our website that people can then access.
In case there's anyone following at home.
Oh.
But it's okay.
I don't think we have it off the top of our head at this moment.
It's fine.
Okay.
Great.
So my colleague Walker will work with me here to go through this together. So here's a snapshot of our draft web tool. You can see the whole state. Each circle is a community water system. At the top, there's the 3 different components that I've described: water quality, water accessibility, water affordability. I'll get to the last tab at the end. And then on the left, so right now we're on water quality. On the left, it gives kind of that gray area describes the overall component briefly, and then the 7 water quality indicators. So just to situate ourselves, and then as I had mentioned, the color, so a darker color is a lower score, and a lower score means poorer water quality or greater challenges in water quality. So you can actually zoom in to a particular water system, and as you zoom in, the circles become the actual boundary of the system. And then you could, click on whichever one is of interest, that one, City of Manteca. What it does is now you can look at what's the overall water quality score for the system, and then you scroll down and it gives you information on the 7 indicators. So that's one use. You can also, let's say you really want to know which systems have high potential exposure, so that first indicator on the left, if you wanted to, you can just click on that indicator and it pulls up the results for just that one indicator. So you can also see how is that system faring for a particular indicator. And then just to kind of briefly look at the accessibility tab. Let's say you have a question on accessibility. Again, the first snapshot you see is kind of overall, the component level. So darker blue here means lower accessibility scores. And then on the left, again, if you wanted to see which are the systems that are particularly vulnerable to water outages, you could click on that indicator. So again, the darker ones here are systems that have greater vulnerability to water outages. And then affordability is kind of the same story, but just to give an image of this across the state, you can look at what are the scores and ranges of affordability ratios for particular systems. And this one comes out especially clear on affordability, but if a system doesn't have data, it also shows up as gray, and then hopefully over time we'll have more information. There's one last feature, click here to explore the composite score results. If you click on it, there's an interactive element to the site, which we'll see if we can. Maybe we won't demo this part right now, but if you click on that part, you can actually click on and off. Like, let's say you only want to look at systems with really low scores. You could just click on those. Or which systems are doing great, you could click on those. So, and then the last tab, description of indicators and scores, that if you want more information, it links you directly to the report, and then you can find the more detailed methodology on any particular indicator. So that's a brief demo. I'll go back to one last slide on our tool and report. So next steps. The release date is today, so it's no longer a next step, but we have released, so that marks the beginning of our 60-day comment period, which is going through October 21st, and the link is provided there for both. It will have both the link for the report and the web tool, so if people want to look online for that. From now through October, we'll be holding a series of workshops to work with the public on getting input. So we'll have at least one webinar, several public workshops across the state, and then one scientific workshop with invited experts so that we can also get that particular vantage point. And then after getting the input and applying necessary updates, our target release for a final version would be the end of 2019. There are future plans for the data tool and report, which would require additional data gathering and analytic efforts, expanding the tool and enhancing that data through an iterative process, and then plans for future versions to include additional topics, such as bringing in domestic wells, but also bringing in a really key piece of the human right to water, which is sanitation. So over time, we would be expanding all of this. So that's our website again, and that's the presentation.
Fantastic. Really appreciate, I know, the tremendous amount of work that's gone over the last years into the tool. And like I said, it's been a great collaboration between the State Board and OEHA in developing it and pulling out the data from the State Board's data sets and really being able to provide it in, I hope, a way that provides context for folks. And ultimately, a really useful snapshot to say, moment in time, what do we have, and looking forward to those future iterations to help us, kind of shine a light where there are points of synergy or opportunity to really assess and understand and guide these systems that are really challenging or challenged. Any comment from Vice Chair? And do we have 2 more public comment cards? Great. Well, I'd like to call up Jonathan Nelson from the Community Water Center, who will be followed by Melissa Sparks-Krantz from the Association of California Water Agencies and Jonathan Young from California Municipal Utilities Association.
Thank you, Chair and member. Jonathan Nelson with Community Water Center. I'm going to try to make it really brief since we've been in this room for a long time, but did want to say a couple quick points. First of all, just want to express our appreciation that that we're here today and that we are where we're at, because there have been years of work that have led us up to this point. Particularly want to acknowledge Carolina, because so much work has gone into this, and I think, if anything, we've really wished this was out even sooner, but just are excited that this is out today and look forward to providing feedback, more feedback soon. And also appreciate that this is just a first start, which has already been recognized, but this is a strong start. We want to encourage the board to really look for opportunities, even now and in the coming few months, with implementation of the fund, to leverage the methodology and leverage this tool. So just one example that comes to mind is with the State Water Board's needs assessment. We think this could be very useful, and so really want to see an integrated approach where we're leveraging all the work that went into this tool and methodology. And then also, though, do want to continue to find ways to make progress on pretty significant data gaps, which were talked about in the presentation, and to try to figure out what are some concrete next steps to be able to address those gaps. And I know there are some recommendations already in good conversation, but to either implement agency changes to better collect data and or pursue statutory or budgetary resources to make sure that we can close that data gap. So with that, I look forward to providing more comments in writing soon. Thanks so much.
Thank you as well. Ms. Sparks-Krantz. And again, followed by Jonathan Young from California Municipal Utilities Association, and then Jack Hawks from California Water Association.
Thank you. Melissa Sparks-Kranz with the Association of California Water Agencies. Aqua provided written comment on the prior version, I should say, of the draft framework and tool, and we appreciate OWIHA staff for meeting with Aqua and our partner CMUA to discuss our comments and review our comments on the draft tool. Part of our comments and input included that the framework report should really clarify, similar to Jonathan's comments prior, should really clarify the relationship between this framework and tool and the other moving pieces that we have, the needs assessment, the AB 401 low water rate assistance program report and implementation, as well as our human right to water portal, that data set and that mapping tool. So what are those pieces? How do they fit together? And are we using similar metrics, data, information consistently? And just to note, that's important for the public use of this tool so that the public understands what this framework is representing and how it differs maybe from a drinking water violation, right? What does out of compliance mean, and how is that portrayed in this tool based on systems that are shown? So that's just one comment that we provided in our comment letter, and we appreciate that the OWIHA staff is considering those. We'd also like to say that the water system, since this is an evaluation of water systems in this framework and in this tool, those systems should be included in the review and the development of future phases so that we can have consistency at the local level of the data and the information collected by water systems and what's portrayed at the state level in this tool. So thank you, and we appreciate the robust stakeholder process that looks like it's moving forward with. So thank you, and we look forward to engaging. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we're very interested in ensuring that we continue to be clear about where this tool fits, where the needs assessment data fits in as we begin to collect that data on state smalls and domestic wells that we know we are missing. And then there are those entities we already regulate and we do have good data from, or maybe not. And in that case, the yearly electronic report or sanitary sewer surveys or sanitary surveys rather, that at this point aren't digitized maybe are, again, areas for where we can begin to fill in data gaps or places that we already touch points with folks. And I think very interested, and I appreciate the comments already of being very clear about where that all fits in, what it means. In this context, the tool and the report don't show you what's currently what's currently violating MCLs insofar as systems out there. It's a snapshot of a time period that isn't current. So you can't use the tool to go and look and say, okay, what's the current status of my system? That is where the human right to water tool and a map rather of current systems, which is updated, I think at this point, is it quarterly, Darren? Every 2 months. So we'll continue to make sure we're clear, that our websites are clear, and that we continue to message appropriately where and how data is coming from, what it means, what it doesn't mean, knowing that these aren't simple things to answer sometimes, and the public can be alarmed easily. And I think this was a point that Mr. Worley made earlier, that people can then get the sense that somehow their water isn't safe when in fact it is. And so continuing to be clear and provide context and let people know when they should be concerned and not sort of muddle that message is going to be really important as we continue to do this work. So thank you, really appreciate that. And next, I do have a few more public comment cards on this item. So Jonathan Young from the California Municipal Utilities Association.
Good afternoon, Chair and Vice Chair, and I just want to congratulate the staff from OWIA and the doctor for putting this tool together in the report. I know the initial draft, I think, was 30 or 40 pages, and now it's 156, so I know you guys did a lot of heavy lifting in the interim. I'm just going to cross out about 3/4 of my comments because the chair just talked about contextualization of the data, which was one of my talking points. And I would just say that I know as CMUA and Aqua and a lot of other water agencies, we're going to take a look at the tool, go through the report, and just provide as much good contextual comments as we can. And also, I would just hope that in the future, water systems can provide data and updates on kind of a rolling basis to OWIA to make sure that the tool has the right data and is contextualized properly. So thank you very much.
think an important step here is that it is a draft tool and report, and really glad to see the engagement and workshops that OEHA has already laid out to further have that discussion, because it isn't a final product and it is going to iterate. And again, it's important to know that it is a snapshot. So, the updatedness of that data, it has its proper context. So last on this item, I think we have Jack Hawks from California Water Association. Mr. Hawks.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. I just have a couple of technical questions for you on it, because unfortunately I wasn't able to devote as much time as I should have back in February on the original. The calculation of the composite score for each water system, is that within each of the three factors, water quality, accessibility, and affordability? Does the final report have a single composite score? So it's just within those. So if you look at a profile for a single water system, then the shading either decreasing or increasing across the 13 indicators, then it's going to show all three. There's not a single. Okay, that's good, because I was trying to think of I was wondering if you were weighting the 13 indicators either within each of the three factors or across all 13, because I'm sitting here thinking, okay, a utility that has a good score or a low on the affordability or a good score perceived to be, might necessarily not have been able to make the investments, then would have low rates but troubles on the accessibility and the water costs. And conversely, you'd have the higher rates that would be correlated with the higher investments in the water quality and the accessibility. And I was wondering how the report's going to handle that dynamic, and how it does handle that dynamic. So that's my real question, and how we'll use the tool with that, knowing that that's part of our frame of reference here as we evaluate a system. So I don't know how you want to comment on that, but that wasn't just.
If you have any comment, but.
I think for the details, the report describes kind of the calculation for each component. But yes, to your bigger point, for exactly the reasons you're outlining, we wanted, just to be able to look at water quality versus accessibility versus affordability.
Yeah, there's no real easy way, I think, numerically to be able to crosswalk what a composite score would mean across all three of those. It's kind of like.
Well, just by the way, I think you got it right. You picked the three main factors that should be evaluated, number one, and then your 13 indicators. I think, all of that's on target. So I'm just wrestling with how the context again on the overall. So.
Yeah, and I think that again serves as a reminder of the context of the tool and what ultimately you use it for. It's to yourself kind of be able to unearth those contexts. I don't think it's going to be able to automatically, algorithmically, we can kind of generate and everyone kind of see these composite scores that would, across the indicators, at least that way, that would somehow mean much of anything. And so it's kind of that human element at that point to say, okay, you have these different scores and these competing needs, and speaks again, I think, to the complexity of ultimately the solutions we're talking about in these communities when you have a lot of overlapping considerations and needs, but is the type of tool that then allows a person, a human, to sit down and look and say, well, how might we best, or a community together, how might we best consider these factors together and try to address them as one. So, yeah, thank you, Mr. Hawks. With that, I think we'll move on to our next item. Thank you so much, really appreciate it. Our final item today is, hold on, if I can. I'm lost in my papers, one moment. Item number 7, our annual progress report on implementation of the human right to water.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Chair Esquivel and Vice Chair Diodamo. My name is Gita Kapai. I'm the Director of the Office of Public Participation, and I'm here along with Max Gomberg to present the annual update on the implementation of the human right to water. It's bittersweet today. After 30 years, this is probably the last time that I'll be before the board in this capacity. And after many presentations with past boards and current ones in all my capacity, I'm hopeful for the future. This is amazing that all these things are happening, and I won't be part of it. But this, I think, is one of my most proudest accomplishments, is working with everyone on bringing before the board in 2016 the Human Right to Water resolution. So with that, let's proceed. Get my bearings here. California has worked to improve drinking water safety and access for nearly a century. In 1921, the state established the use of water for domestic purposes as the highest use of water. In the ensuing years, California began regulating water quality, limited the cost of water, Prop 218, and established funding mechanisms to support access to safe drinking water. In 2012, California made the Human Right to Water state policy, and in 2016, the State Water Board adopted the human right to water as a core value and directed staff to consider how our activities impact and advance the human right to safe, clean, affordable, and accessible water, adequate for human consumption, cooking, and sanitary purposes. This presentation provides an update on the Water Board's implementation of that in this last year. California's increasing irrigated agriculture, population, and industry is putting greater demands on water resources. Climate change, rising income inequality, and California's high cost of living are also impacting water availability. Disadvantaged and low-income communities are most heavily impacted. In low-income communities located outside city boundaries, otherwise known as disadvantaged unincorporated communities, or DUCs, drinking water is often unsafe to drink. In many such localities, drinking water is contaminated by industrial byproducts, usually associated with agriculture, oil and gas production, transportation, and manufacturing, and compromised by inadequate wastewater treatment and disposal systems, as well as naturally occurring toxic substances like arsenic and uranium. Many DUC residents in the San Joaquin Valley pay, as you heard today, triple penalty to obtain safe water. They bear the health costs of unsafe drinking water, they purchase that unsafe water at high costs, and they must also purchase substitute water, typically expensive bottled water. As you've also heard today, 1 million Californians lack access to safe drinking water. These residents make up more than 300 California water systems, including 30 schools and daycares who cannot provide that safe drinking water. Water treatment can help improve drinking water quality for these systems, but installing, operating, and maintaining treatment system is costly, and DACs often lack the rate base and technical, managerial, and financial capacity to afford and effectively manage water treatment operations and maintenance. Climate change has also affected water supply, as we saw during the drought, when communities ran out of water. California households paid 45% more for water in 2015 as compared to 2007. Rates are continuing to increase and falling most heavily on California's 13 million residents living in low-income households. An increase in the cost for any one need, such as water, can lead families to make difficult and risky trade-offs, which could harm their health and welfare. Expenditures to meet basic water needs are expected to rise rapidly as water systems replace aging infrastructure, meet new treatment standards, diversify supplies, and maintain a well-trained workforce. On January the 11th, Governor Newsom took his cabinet to hear directly from residents who cannot drink or bathe with the water in their homes while paying more for it than those in Beverly Hills. I'll now turn it over to Max, who will talk about some of our programs and some of the communities we've worked with since our last update.
Thank you, Gita. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and Vice Chair Diadamo. So I'm going to run through some of the work, some examples of the work that our staff has done to help implement the human right to water in the last year. You heard this morning about our Office of Sustainable Solutions and some of the projects that we've been funding with a focus on disadvantaged communities. And the one thing I want to emphasize here, as Board Member Firestone and others mentioned, is that we're going to be hiring. So we're going to be staffing up for this new program, and I want to encourage anyone watching who's interested to coming to work for a really great organization to check the Cal Careers website, because we're going to be hiring people to administer these new funds, to do community work, to help with the engineering work and a lot of other functions. So as you heard this morning, we have, as the board, been using existing resources, whether those are the state revolving fund resources or proposition money that the board has received over the years for various types of assistance that you see listed up there. And those programs are going to continue, and the board approved more money this morning out of those funds so that we can help with the capital and technical assistance needs. And so that work is going to continue, is going to accelerate. And so what I want to do now is just give a couple examples of where we have funded successful projects and some of the challenges we've encountered. So the community of Lanier, you see some information about Lanier up there on the slide. Lanier is really a great example of why the SB 200 funding that includes the ability to use money for operations and maintenance will be a game changer for so many communities. This is a community that did get assistance to build a treatment facility, but was unable to operate it. And so now for communities like Lanier, we're going to be able to provide assistance through an administrator for operations and maintenance, and that way that those treatment systems will be put to good use. And here's just some of the timeline and some of the money that's been spent for Lanier. Just to give an example, the constellation of services and assistance necessary to build a pathway for sustainability, and all the involvement from the board and others required to get there. So as we talked about this morning, some of the long-term solution, and as you heard on the panels, it involves consolidations. And I want to recognize the fantastic work of the drinking water staff that have been facilitating those voluntary consolidation numbers you see up there. Again, we're going to be hiring for people to take on more of this work. So if helping water systems reach sustainability is something you're passionate about or interested in, I'm going to recommend that you apply. These consolidations that you see up here have solved various water quality issues, including E. coli, bacteriological issues, arsenic, uranium, nitrate, lead and copper, and the list goes on. So these are really critical building blocks to long-term sustainability, and we are going to do a lot more of these as time goes on and funding permits.
What's been really encouraging to see are the number of voluntary consolidations that have come up, where we see communities themselves identifying the need to have resilience through regionalization and consolidation. And where I heard from Darren the numbers of voluntary consolidations that the Division of Drinking Water would see was maybe 1 or 2 a year here or there. With our mandatory consolidation authorities, a lot of other communities seem to have now really, over the last 2 years, I understand, we have about 100 voluntary consolidations that have come across, which is I think indicative of a real shift in even thinking on the ground and what we're seeing from communities as to what the real solution is long term. So.
Absolutely, and as you heard earlier, it's the systems that are for physical consolidations, literally right down the road in some cases, that are really sort of the priority because of the cost effectiveness of those. So you heard also from the LAFCO director earlier about this particular consolidation up in Lake County, an example of where the board was involved along with LAFCO and others to help consolidate multiple systems here, and we think we can do a lot more of these and will. The other, and the next example here is a reminder that the human right to water also includes water for sanitary purposes. And our Division of Financial Assistance has supported multiple sanitary sewer projects as well. Here's one in Eastern Municipal Water District down in inland Southern California. And these are also critical for water quality, for human right to water, for sanitation work as well, and require, just as with consolidations on the drinking water side, a lot of local partners, a lot of collaboration. The board's Office of Enforcement also plays an important role in achieving our human right to water goals. When the Office of Enforcement reaches settlements with different entities for pollution, whether it's nitrate pollution or industrial pollution, those settlement agreements often involve provision of replacement water. And so here's an example in the Tulare area where there were some coalitions involved in the settlement providing safe drinking water for up to 24,000 people. I do want to note, there was comment earlier on this, there are limitations to kiosks. They are not in people's homes, but this is, again, these sort of bridge solutions that we have been engaged in. Broadly, you can see sort of some of the different dimensions between what's happened in Salinas versus what's happened in Tulare regarding the type of solutions on an emergency interim basis that have been developed through these agreements. And of course, they're not done in a vacuum. We engage with communities, we ask questions to understand what really makes the most sense in any given community to provide water that's most easily accessible to the greatest number of people. Turning to affordability. As you're aware, the staff has been working on a report for a statewide low-income program to be submitted to the legislature pursuant to 2015 legislation. We did release a draft report in January of 2019, and since the release of that report, we've been working on revisions in response to the many thoughtful comments we've received from all kinds of stakeholders around the state, and we will be providing additional info on this at a future board meeting. Broadly on affordability, in the context of the struggles that so many households have in California with cost of living, whether it's due to housing costs, medical costs, costs of other utilities, food, healthcare, childcare, so many economic pressures going on right now. That's really the way to look at water affordability through this lens of the overall affordability challenges that a third of the state's population faces. And that's in the context also of rising prices for various reasons. There are many drivers that are pushing the cost of water statewide up much higher than the rate of inflation. So having an affordability program at the statewide level really is key to ensuring that even when people have safe and accessible water, they can afford to pay for it as well. Some of the other initiatives or projects that staff has been working on in the broader context of the human right to water are listed up here. Staff was involved in the development of SB 998 in 2018, which is a way to provide due process protections for people who are struggling to pay their water bills. And the board does have a role in implementing that law beginning next year. The board has also staff has been engaged with the Department of Water Resources and others on a drought planning task force that is looking specifically at small rural communities and water suppliers and vulnerability to those supplies and those systems. And on the sanitation side, we held a workshop in April looking specifically at access to sanitation for unhoused and unsheltered people, and we'll be following up on that as well, because that is another important dimension of the human right to water overall. So there's still a lot of work to do, but the board is making a tremendous amount of progress. We're utilizing all the tools at our disposal, be it financial assistance, our compliance tools, our technical assistance work, and our various statutory tools. So it's a big effort, and we've got a lot of great people working on it, and we hope to be hiring many more great people in the months to come. So now I'm going to turn it back to Gita.
So annually, the Office of Public Participation surveys all our regions, divisions, and offices on their implementation efforts towards the human right to water. Once formatted for accessibility, the report will be available on our portal. And while all parts of our organizations are doing important work, I'm going to highlight some of the work that our Central Coast region has done on their domestic well testing, and I believe it came up earlier today as well. We asked, how has your organization collected data to identify and track communities that do not have or at risk of not having safe, clean, affordable, and accessible water adequate for human consumption, cooking, and sanitary purposes? And while all regions have done something, Region 3 is leading the way. They're working with local partners, including counties and environmental groups, to educate consumers about health risks in their drinking water, how to test their domestic wells, and trying to develop solutions for replacement water on both a basin-wide and local level. This was a collaborative effort that involved the region, the Office of Enforcement, my office, and my incredible staff, Marina and Moy, along with community partners and the agricultural operators. With regards to enforcement, regional and state board staff worked cooperatively to develop settlement agreements and a process for provision of replacement water by agricultural operators. With regards to information transparency, the region is committed to developing information including testing data. And as I mentioned, we had vast public outreach. The region was utilizing available funds for domestic water well testing region-wide. And in the long term, the region is developing a permit that seeks to reduce nitrate impacts to groundwater. With regards to our portal, the update includes a map user guide improvement. We have map stories. We have a list of disadvantaged communities receiving a reduced annual operating fee and summarized information through graphics. The Human Right to Water portal next steps are to reconfigure the portal to include all divisions and offices, activities related to the human right to water. In addition, we're focused to include more information about accessibility and affordability. With regards to data and transparency, the board is committed to doing this. Helping small communities to achieve the human right to water is not a new task for the board. SB 200 will allow us to expedite the process based on the data we have. Moving forward, as is evidenced with the current administration, the governor is listening, we are listening. And I thank Moy and Graphics for putting this together. I had a vision, and I wanted to show that it takes a village. We don't do this alone. We work with our community partners, our NGOs, the Human Right to Water Law, our partnerships, CaliPA, the new executive order, SB 200, and hopefully it results in safe and affordable drinking water for all. And I want to thank all of those partners getting us here and getting us over the hump over the next few years. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gita, and for your leadership over all these many years here at the State Board, and just really appreciate what you've done with the Office of Public Participation, where you've brought it, and how it really has become such a core part of so much of the work that the State Board does. So thank you so much for that. Any comments from my fellow Vice Chair?
I just want to second what Chair Esquivel just said. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to work with you, and you set a standard that others will follow, will expect. Thank you so much. Thanks, Max.
Yeah, when it comes to, and really appreciate the context and the summary that staff brought forward here. Certainly with SB 200 and the Safe Affordable Fund, we have a new tool and a real keystone tool that we've been waiting, I think, for a while that complements so many of the other authorities and programs that we've been fortunate to have been given by the legislature. And again, today has really been a culmination of a tremendous amount of leadership throughout the state, sustained leadership over these years, and traces back to decades of struggle, I know, for communities that have suffered in silence, I think, by and large, and really ultimately, though, with the passage of the Human Right to Water in 2012, the Division of Drinking Water in 2014 being brought to the board, and again, all the authorities and programs that we've discussed and enumerated today, incredibly fortunate to then have this opportunity to have the Safe and Affordable Fund as a keystone to then all those other programs and authorities that we have, and looking forward to continue to articulate over this next year and the 10 years of the fund, but certainly as we continue to ensure that we have access to safe, affordable drinking water for the purposes of drinking and sanitation, which that continues to be an important aspect to all this work that we're looking to further give life to, particularly because as we go into communities, as we have discussions, it isn't just drinking water, it is sanitation access, it is really how we all move forward in California as united communities and not communities that have been maybe not at all always shared in the prosperity that we have. So thank you again, staff, and for the item. With that, if there's no other further comment, oh wait, I do have a speaker card on this. Do I have any additional ones with you? Okay. Jonathan Nelson from the Community Water Center.
I don't know where Phoebe or Jennifer went or if I didn't see them, but I feel like I'm up here a lot. But just really quickly, I want to recognize Geeta for many years of hard work, and also just the amazing team and office of your office. And I think a couple of them are in the room, Marina and Moises. We love working with you all. So just two quick things. One that was in the PowerPoint, and I think one that I didn't see, Aldo, correct me if I'm wrong. So the one that was in the PowerPoint is AB 401. It really took the leadership of this board on the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund campaign to sort of elevate that to the point where we were able to be successful, obviously in partnership with impacted communities and a large coalition. But this AB 401, report is really just a start, we think, and it's going to take similar leadership from the board on that issue because we know it's not going to be easy, and we both want to ask for that leadership and also want to work with you on that. And then second, there are already some conversations around a potential water bond, and as we saw in some of the previous panels, there is such huge need around capital funding for things like consolidation and otherwise, and certainly those of us in the room are going to be making a strong case for that, but when and where the board can also be affirming that need, that's really helpful. And with that, thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate the comments. With that, I think we will recess essentially until tomorrow, when we will continue with item 8, which is our workshop on the System Administrator Policy Handbook for the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Program. And just really thank everyone for their time and attention today, and thank you. And we'll regroup tomorrow morning. And congratulations, everyone, again.